Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to day 4 Array Festival, Digital Tech and Innovation in the City region of Lancaster. What a week. What a week it's been. And I'm sure you've all enjoyed tuning in with some of the video that we've had so far. Some great interviews. Mike Gibson yesterday, James Walker the day before. Lots of conversation about low carbon innovation, lots of conversation about digital and tech. Great day on Electech on Monday as well. And we're finding some real good crystallization of all the fantastic stuff that's going on in the city region. So what have we got today? The final day. We're going to kick off in a moment with the Lancaster Climate Emergency Network. How can your business support and address the climate emergency? We've got 2 fantastic speakers, experts in leadership development, team development, work with some of the biggest organisations in tech in the world, Nick Gannicliffe and Jonathan Stevens. And so, and then later on today, this morning, we've got a discussion with Martin Peters, who is from Moralis Data, talking to Kerry Harrison of Lancashire Skills Partnership around diversity and inclusion in the workspace. And then this afternoon we've got a number of small businesses from across the region all coming in to deliver what we're calling Lancaster Lightning Talks, which is short 5-minute presentations about some of the great innovation that's taking place right around the city region, not just in digital tech and innovation, but also really interested in this important subject of social innovation and how people are being supported from all walks of life to be able to innovate, to be able to start businesses and to be able to do fantastic things right across the city region. So I'm going to say a quick thank you finally, to our headline sponsors, Fraser House, Lancaster City Council and ICS Accounting. And again, once again, the ICS team will be in the networking rooms throughout the day. But now, I think we're ready. This is a real interactive session today. Guys, I'm just going to check in. Are we ready? Team in the background, are we ready to pass over to...
Less time for the breakout.
Are we ready to pass over? Great. We're going to head over now then to Nick and Jonathan, who are going to introduce this morning's session to you. Nick, Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, Dan, thank you. Good morning, folks. First time that I've been involved in something like this, in sort of the excitement of live TV and seeing everything running around. I've seen it from the other side, so I've really enjoyed what's been happening in the last few days in sort of like the journey of the Array Festival. And Jonathan and myself, we're here for the next, whatever it is, hour and a half or something, sort of just to accompany you on this journey. And I'm going to sort of set us up and tell you a little bit about the flow and the purpose in a second. But I thought I'd just start with one of the sessions I've really enjoyed the other day was Innovate. And Jonathan and I yesterday, over in Staveley, we were sitting right outside the Innovate shop. I'm a big fan. We both own, I think, several pairs of shoes, too many, perhaps of that. And we were sitting and talking about innovation and everything along this. And I was talking about a program I'd seen with Jaguar cars, the E-Type Jaguar, a really beautiful, beautiful piece of innovation. And we were just talking about that. And right in front of us drives brand new Jaguar I-Pace, which is like top of the range electric vehicle. And in terms of innovation, it's just like 2 brilliant pieces of innovation right in front of us at that very moment. Back in the 1960s, Jaguar had a really nice tagline, which was about pace, space, and grace. And what I hope today is that Jonathan and I are going to bring a bit of that. So there's a bit of pace. We got quite a bit to do. We're not going to solve the whole climate emergency in this session, but we're going to keep things moving on with some conversations. Space. We'd like to think we're going to hold a space for you to have some really good conversations. And grace from the fact that I would like to think you're going to listen to other people and their fantastic ideas. We have got an enormous wealth of talent all around Lancaster, but especially right in this session today. people in here and people in Fraser House right now. And I'd like to think we can make use of that. So indulge yourselves, take some time out in this, put your emails, phones to one side, and we're going to invite you to have a couple of really good conversations. We have got, in a minute, Jonathan's going to introduce Mark Davis, we hope. People are making various signals. Whoa, great. From Lancaster City Council to give us his perspective of sort of the challenges that he faces from the council. We are then we're going to put you in smaller groups and going to ask you to ask a sort of fundamental question of how do we respond to the climate emergency? We being perhaps in your own company, Fraser House, or as a wider community, society, how do we respond? We're going to get your best ideas. And then after that, we're also going to give you, I hope, some pointers towards the best way of using Teams to actually try to solve some of these issues. So there's a bit of sort of an input coming from Jonathan and I later as well. Hopefully you'll get to meet perhaps some people you haven't met before. Let's see, I know it's quite a close community in some ways, but hopefully a chance to just network and say hello, find out something about some other people. That's about it for me now, I think, Jonathan.
Great, well done, Nick, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jonathan. Delighted to welcome Mark Davis, Director of Communities and Environment, back to the stage. Mark, can you hear me okay? The tech works. Mark, lovely to see you back here again. Just remind us, tell us why this is so important from the perspective of Lancaster City Council.
I think from one of Lancaster City Council's main priorities is addressing climate change, both in terms of on our own estate. So as a business, we produce lots of sort of CO2, but also in terms of the council's role as a sort of anchor institution in the area, as a community leader, the need to sort of influence businesses, residents, visitors, etc., in a way that we take account of our environment and that we obviously address the immediate emergencies, but that we develop and build the district in a sustainable way.
Can you tell us a little bit about your journey as a council? What's that been like?
Well, I mean, it's one of those where, as a council, we declared a climate change emergency. So our politicians did that, and my role as an officer is to sort of convert that sort of policy into sort of practical steps. So the first step was assessing what our baseline was of CO2 emissions from our sort of direct operations. We worked that out and it came to 3,018 tons of CO2 per year, which is a figure. But then you look at that relatively. In Lancaster as a whole, in 2018-19, there was 750,000 tons of CO2 produced from right across the district. So we are but 0.4% of emissions. So the first thing I thought was, well, that's sort of a marginal gain, isn't it? But then you start to think about it, and the mind boggles. But I was reminded of Sidney Smith, was a clergyman, critic, philosopher. And he said, it's the greatest of all mistakes to do nothing because you can only do a little. So rather than worrying too much about the impact we make, it's about what practical steps do we take to, first of all, reduce our own CO2 emissions and then sort of tackle the wider issues.
But clearly, there's something in there about leadership, isn't there? Getting a little bit of feedback about leadership and perhaps taking the first step. And what are some of the challenges that you think you've had to deal with that might inform the advice you give to other organisations who are embarking on this journey, who might be a bit daunted about what it will entail for their business?
I think the first challenge is actually establishing what your impact as a business is on the climate. So, we spent about probably 6 to 12 months just working out what our sort of baseline CO2 emissions were, because the risk is that if you just sort of knee-jerk react to things and do sort of token things, that you spend a lot of money and don't have a big impact. So that's the sort of first step. Find a way of establishing what your CO2 emissions are, and there is lots of advice, there's lots of practical things that you can do, and we will be more than happy to help with that. Second step is to develop a plan, because lots of the changes, particularly, the big hitters are things like our refuse collection vehicles. We've got 25 of those. Each of those produce about 1% of our CO2 emissions. To change initially from diesel to electric, there's a big upfront. The capital costs are significantly more expensive, but then you've got to look at the sort of whole life costs of that. So there's considerable investment to be made. But what we found is that by having a plan, we planned ahead to sort of 2030 initially, and getting a sort of pipeline of projects ready. There are some government funds, not enough, and not in a sort of sustained way is the government sort of investing in it, but we have been able to pick off some funds. So we've got a £6.8 million grant from the government to change our leisure centre to effectively decarbonise our leisure centre, and we can only do that by having a plan in place.
Now that came up as a case study yesterday during the interview with Henrik, didn't it? I think in Vecua. Tell me a bit more about how you've engaged colleagues within the council behind this, because I guess getting people engaged, people on board, people enthusiastic is a big part of this process, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and it's sort of something that we don't want to look at climate change as a sort of standalone policy area. It's something that needs to be sort of embedded into every thought that the council has, into sort of every service that the council has, into every strategy that the council has. And and the greatest asset in terms of delivering that are our people, because not everybody is an expert in climate change, but most of us can observe things like destructive weather events, floods, etc., deforestation, extinction of species, overdevelopment, pollution, all those kind of things. Everybody can observe that. Nobody sees that as desirable. So it's about how do we work together to sort of address that and provide a better future for, not just our residents, but ourselves and our families. So people can relate to that. People can relate to the benefits of having cleaner air. Everybody wants cleaner air. People can relate to the fact that things like insulation reduce your heating and energy bills. People can relate to the fact that if homes are sort of running efficiently but well heated, that reduces sort of conditions, illnesses, etc. So people have a better quality of life. So it's looking at those sort of co-benefits gets everybody on board.
So that's key, isn't it? Actually personalising it, demystifying it, I guess, is part of that process. We've only got a couple of minutes left, Mark, but what are you, as a main sponsor of this event, what are you perhaps hoping for or expecting from people in other organisations who've dialed in today? What's the council looking to see happen, and what could you offer by way of long-term support?
I think, again, this idea of if everybody does a little, we've got a much more of a chance of getting there. I'm quite fascinated by things like canals. So in the Netherlands had an existential problem in the 1860s. So they built a drainage network, which apparently is the equivalent of 33 Suez canals. So the drainage network, 40 feet deep, 200 feet wide, and 5,000 miles long. Is what they did to address their existential crisis, and they dug it all by hand. So every single spadeful of soil contributed to it. So even if we can't do a lot, if all of us do a little, we will get there. Otherwise, we just sort of accept the inevitable and we're defeated. So that's hopefully by events like this start. The people who've got the enthusiasm, the people who've got the skills, the people who've got the influence. Yeah. If we all work together, we will get there.
It's the defining issue of our time, isn't it? And I've heard people talk about if we could bring the same level of effort, focus, collective commitment that we've all done around the vaccine rollout, for instance, and I could apply some of that mentality, that thinking, that sense of shared endeavour, what a difference we might make. But Mark, any final words anything you'd like to share with us?
No, I think the main thing from my point of view is, we haven't got the answers individually, but collectively, we all have the answers, and I really look forward to hearing what people have got to say.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us today. Hope to see you a bit later on. Mark Davis.
Thank you.
Nick.
Well, back to the question. Huge thanks, Jonathan, and to Mark for the contribution there. We want to pick up on that. Excuse me. We want to give you a chance to get into the conversation instead of looking at it from the outside. We're going to bring you into breakout rooms and ask you to have a conversation about this question. What can we do to respond to the climate emergency? And when we talk about we, that might be we as in your own organization, in your own team, or it might be we as in a community. You might be thinking, well, okay, I'm a freelancer, but I work here, Fraser House. What's the we? What could we be doing in here? And what can we be doing in society to make this sort of to come alive and actually do something? We're going to ask you to join the ICS breakout room in a minute, and there Dan will work his magic and actually split people up. A great part of this really is we want to form a greater community. So please take some time, say hello, introduce yourself, what you do, where you are, where you work if you're not working here at Fraser House. Just we're forming this community and getting people to actually mix through this week, and I want to continue with that. Couple of ground rules. Make sure you hear from everybody. You might have maybe 6 people maximum in the breakout room. Please make sure everybody's got a voice. Somebody's a bit quieter, invite them in, listen. We may have time to actually come back to you and actually perhaps build up on some of the things you've said. It will really help if you actually just nominate a speaker. So rather than everybody sitting there rather awkwardly waiting who's going to speak in the group, just nominate amongst yourself. If we're going to come back to you, Jonathan's going to do that later, then decide who it is who's going to sort of speak on your behalf. And what we're looking for this. We're looking for your 3 best ideas. Now, I know you're all talented people. You're going to come out with millions of stuff. But in terms of tying it down, let's go your 3 best ideas. You might have a whole load of ideas, and you might want to see them in this context. You might want to split them up and think, right, if I was putting it on this grid, what's the impact of our solution, of this idea? What's the ease of implementation? One ease might be, we're going to stop buying straws, plastic straws. A really difficult thing to do, or a high degree of implementation, is we're going to dig a well and have geothermal heat. So think about, well, where do these ideas fit? If you can get things into easy to actually implement and have a great impact, well, absolutely brilliant. That doesn't mean you don't need to do the things that are only going to have a small outcome, because you know what? If everybody's doing small things, as Mark actually alluded to, then actually that can have a greater effect. And there may be things which are more long-term. They're difficult. They're long-term in the future. Still, you can still capture them. And what we'd like you to do is actually put them in the chat, because we'd like to present this back to Mark, and also as a record for ourselves of the sort of things that people have come up with. So put them in the chat, but in terms of us perhaps coming back to you and saying, hey, tell us about your top 3 ideas. Bear that in mind, and we're going to give you, I should have asked Jonathan to think about this, shouldn't we?
How about 15 minutes, you think?
15 minutes. Oh, you're going to have to get your brains on, get moving quickly.
Let's go for 20.
20, look at that, coming in. Managed to do some thinking. So yeah, 20 minutes. So if you could move into the ICS breakout room, Dan will do his marvelous magic and have a really good conversation. And we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Are we off? Are we on mute now?
Everybody, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Oh, yeah. Can I get a whoop, whoop? Oh, I'm not kidding. Right, it's too early for that, isn't it? Goodness me. Honestly, right. Great to see you all. So there's a set of questions. What I'm going to do from here is I'm going to split everything. We're going to go into two groups of 5. We'll operate in. So I'm going to do it as my screen splits folk. So I think what we'll do, in fact, no, I'll slightly change it because we've got. Okay, so I'm going to have. If I can ask Anthony Quinn. How is everyone getting on?
Good.
Okay.
Have you all said hello?
We have
Yes.
done.
Well, I better say hello, I don't know. I'm Dan. And from Array Festival, been running this event. And Fraser House. So we consider ourselves to be an important stakeholder in the city's business community now, full of digital and tech businesses. So acting on behalf of everyone, really, to share the message of the climate emergency. And it's quite interesting, actually. Jodie, I think you were on this call a few weeks ago. There was a chamber call and somebody asked about Fraser House car parking. My response was, car parking? Well, it's a climate emergency. We don't need cars. What? Get the bus. So yeah, that was my thoughts. So cool. What can we do to respond to the climate emergency is the big question. Jodie, what's going on at the chamber?
I can't say that we are the pioneers, and I can say that we're doing this and this and this, because I think we probably fall into the majority of businesses that we can kind of tick the little boxes of we've got LED light bulbs and we do whatever, but there's that much other distraction, and there's not an imminent, like the comment that was made about the vaccine. The whole nation's got behind the vaccine because there's an immediate situation and an immediate payoff. Whereas this, it's kind of the bigger picture, no immediate payoff, lots of other priorities, and you just kind of do the little bits and tick the little boxes that you can, but don't really apply thoughts to the really involved, in-depth actions that you can take. So I think that's where we're at, and probably the same as a lot of other local businesses.
Yeah. Susanna, what are you seeing?
Unmute myself. I think we're within the council. We're working on a lot of different platforms. We've got 3 dedicated climate officers, and then teams of people around them, which is kind of helping to drive not only like our corporate behavior, but also like how we interface outside of the council and then planning policy. So, but we have a long way to go. So like one of the things that we're not doing yet is separated recycling. So inside of our offices. So I'm really curious, like in this space, if we can kind of discuss different things we could be doing and what that would look like, because I think all of us have a long way to go. Like even in my personal life, I've got a long way to go, and that's even more so than in business. So that's what I'm really interested in, is like those different ideas of what we could be doing and different things I think we can be doing to help encourage other people in that space. So like I try to cycle to work all the time. And so that kind of thing. Yeah.
Chris, what are you? What's happening at ICS? How would you describe the approach to climate emergency there?
Well, as Susanna said there, we've been trying to implement a cycle to work scheme here, which is something that's been really useful during the pandemic as well, when people have been able to take advantage of that. The roads have been quieter and whatnot. But something else I wanted to mention, I've got a friend that works for the county council on their roads and development. He's working on the roads and engineering on that side. And he was telling me yesterday that they're trying to push a zero carbon theme for building roads now across the county, and he specifically has been looking at asphalt and concrete supply, as he was saying, and how to recycle the asphalt and concrete when it's on the road. So he's looking at actually taking it out, taking it to reprocess, and bringing the same asphalt and concrete back in. And I just thought that was really positive way to be thinking about things. So it's good to see, on a county level, that's what we're sort of looking at.
Diane, how do you feel about hearing these things? I mean, it was really interesting to hear you speak yesterday about what you're thinking in terms of planning. But what do you think about from what you're hearing this morning?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to do quite a lot really at the council. Like Susanna said, Susanna works in my team, so we do work very, very closely on things. But we are kind of dealing with the planning side of things. But as she said, there's the council operation side of it as well, which Mark touched upon. And what we've tried to do is try to kind of put those two together a bit more. Because when we first kind of started doing work on this, this climate emergency work, we kind of realised that one side of the council were doing some stuff, and then we were trying to do some stuff, and we weren't necessarily aware, even just within one organisation, that we were both kind of doing similar things, and that actually we could prevent duplication, but also kind of like make things better. And it was the same with for the university, for example. We work really closely now with the university on lots of different projects that they were going off and doing research projects into things, and we were like, well, we've done this, so let's just kind of do it together. And I think there's still a massive way to go on all that. I think, there's been a lot of talk today about doing little things and that kind of getting there. And I'm not quite sure whether little is enough, to be honest. I think we need to be going a bit more than just doing, like thinking about our own recycling. And it's great, like people cycling to it and that. But I think we're maybe getting a bit past that now. Like you were saying, Geordie, about like the vaccine, and everyone's had to get behind it. I think we have to get behind this. It is an emergency. It's not called a climate emergency for nothing. The word emergency is really fundamental. And I think I really do think it's about kind of collaborative working now and coming together to actually the little things becoming bigger things by us working together, really.
I always like to go really left field on these sorts of things. So here's my suggestion. Do you think we need another Storm Desmond? Do you think we need something that's, now I don't mean the flooding, but almost like something like the pandemic is a moment in time that created this emergent situation. And do you know, and how do we, I'm not saying a Storm Desmond, but how do we amplify a message to say this is an emergency? It's almost like I feel like we're a little bit immune to the term climate emergency already.
I mean, maybe that's kind of like the Swedish Henrik from yesterday from Vecua. They didn't respond to an emergency. They just said, okay, this is what we're going to do. And then now their preschoolers have climate education in preschool. So it may actually be that we're like immune to the kind of violent language that we're using, like emergency or crisis, whatever. And we actually need to actually just start being really recent. Like, this is just what we do now. We're going to cycle to work. We're switching all of our electricity to renewables. Like the council has a strategic plan to have all of our electric coming from renewables. We have a corporate plan to get to carbon, like below net zero by 2030, which has taken a lot of work because we have to work with procurement and we have to work with our finance team. And that's like a cross-council project to get us to net zero. Like, it's a big, like Diane was saying, it's a huge project, but that's what we're doing now. It's not, we've got a crisis, let's like respond. It's like, it's more like we're being really strategic about it. And we've got a 10-year plan. And I think for me too, like, it's great to keep the cortisol levels down and my stress levels down. This is just what we're doing now. And they are really bold, really big moves that we're doing. And I'm super excited about that. But it is really about being excited about it. And like, how do we get to do these really big creative projects that require, like Dan was saying, like networking across the district with different people to have joined up thinking for how are we going to do this? That's like exciting. So like for me, I'm really into like, how can I be excited about this new phase of life rather than I am definitely going to be dead in 2050. But I'm so excited about networking and that joined up thinking, like, oh my gosh, it's so good. So that for me is the framework I like to work from. Is that
it's true, isn't it?
The next big project.
I think what you're kind of saying, Dan, is I think unless something really negatively affects you, like really badly, like the pandemic did to us all, you don't do anything about it because it's like, well, that affects other people. It's not really my issue. And I think until that kind of happens with this, people maybe not, or we go down the route that, like Susanna's saying about, well, let's excite people about it instead and affect them in that way. I think there's two ways it can be, like a real negative or real positive, but it's obviously more difficult with the positive side of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of, do you think as a society where incentives generate action as well, like the incentive with the you get vaccinated, we get some kind of freedom back. For businesses, especially in the climate we are, there's a lot of focus on getting back on feet, money saving. So does there need to be a balance of achieving the actions for the climate emergency, but also to businesses thinking, well, if I'm going to allocate this time and effort, then it's bad because we're talking about the climate here and the bigger picture, but as humans, we are very much, well, what's in it for me? And kind of like a toolkit.
I agree, Jodie.
Pardon?
Totally agree. Yeah, and I'll mention something here because I bang on about this on Twitter every now and again, and it really frustrates me. If you work at the university, your bus pass works out at something like £6, £10 a month. I mean, that's bonkers. Because if we're going to do that, we should be doing that for the whole city. I'd never drive my car again. I'd never be. I'd be on the bus all the time.
We have looked at the council of doing a more joined up, almost like a district pass, so to speak. So you use it on the buses, on the trains. You can then get off a train and you can just get a bike, and then you can cycle it and leave it somewhere. All this kind of stuff, like little kind of transport hub kind of approach, and with that kind of pass. But it's so difficult because of the different providers that Chris mentioned before, Lancashire County Council, they're the Highways Authority, so that's not us, like, as the council. We can't do stuff. And
can we lobby these people? Can we lobby these people, Diane?
Of course we do. All this work's going on. It's not that it's not happening.
No, but I know the council does. But do you need us to do you need us to take a more active to support the city council?
Yeah, I think residents, businesses, anyone, if other people start making a noise, then they may start to listen. We at the council, I don't think the council's necessarily always seen in a great light, is it? It's just like, I think if other people start to do it as well, then but all this stuff is going on. The amount of different projects that we're trying to get off the ground and we're talking to people about, there's so much going on, but it's just not necessarily getting over the finish line because, as I said, there's too many people, different stakeholders involved with different interests. And as Jodie said, each one is, well, what's in it for me? Or, for instance, Lancashire County Council, that's not necessarily our priority at the moment, so we're not going to do it. It's difficult.
This is the thing, just from sort of my experience working in accounts, if you've got businesses that are profit motivated, they may not necessarily be focused on things like, climate impact, and they're maybe trying to, shave pounds off here and there in order to save themselves money. It has to be a collective kind of, across the board understanding that, you may have to spend more in order to save more down the line.
I think that is really. I think that the thing for me is, I always think you mentioned there profit. I always think it's profit or time for me. Either I need to be cash better off or time better off. And this is because I live in Heysham, but I always work in Lancaster. Now, I drive into Lancaster rather than getting public transport, because the public transport to get from Heysham to Lancaster, the regular stuff, takes forever.
Yeah.
I drop my kids off at school. I won't be in work till 10:30.
Yeah.
And the bus pass is like £15 a week, I think now. It's £5 a day. So I agree. I'm a sole trader, but still, I'm a business owner in that sense, and I have the capability of making that. And the other thing, sorry, for me, and perhaps need to speak to Highways on this, but Diane, Susanna, the cycling from Heysham to Lancaster is terrible.
Awful. Absolutely awful. And we're looking at it.
Yeah,
it's so bad. We have, because you have to go over Morecambe, really.
Basically, you have to go to Morecambe and come back.
It's the worst. Or you can drive from Heysham in a nice straight line. It's a huge problem. I absolutely recognize that. Yeah. And that's something that our guy who does cycling, Richard Camp, and I are currently looking at county with is
there's
how do we network Heysham with the rest of the district?
Just while we're on this, sorry to kind of go off track a little bit, although it is slightly on track. There is a path from the back of Mossgate.
Yeah.
It's all derelict now, but from the back of Mossgate, and it comes out at Oxcliffe, at the bottom of Oxcliffe Road near Wickses, there's a path, and it's overgrown. And that would be perfect, because first of all, it's right behind my house.
It goes Mossgate to where?
It's from Mossgate. It's from the Mossgate Conservation Area.
Yeah.
and it comes out at Oxcliffe, but it's at Wixies, sort of near Wixies at Oxcliffe Road. But it's all overgrown now.
Is that the one that has a gate across it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to cycle that and it didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it just needs. I don't know. That's just one. I keep thinking. I wonder why they just don't, put a nice cycle track down there and it comes out the bottom. I mean, Oxcliffe Road's got its own problems for traffic, but yeah.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
yeah. No, I think I'm really curious about is also like at the council how we can get that better feedback from people that are using the infrastructure or would like to use the infrastructure. Like, where are the problem points? Because I mean, I do a lot of cycling around, and so does Richard, and then we like talk to county about these areas. But it would be great to have that kind of feedback from everyone to be like, "Oops, we've got a problem here," or this is where we're not having cycle linkages happening. And it's the same with the public transport. We've got a lot of like radial movement in, but not a lot of lateral movement, which is what would make your trip from Heysham so long. Yeah.
So, I think we're coming up to the back to the stage. 3 ideas I've got. We need to think about the language a bit more. Incentives to generate action, and getting excited about. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Would anyone like to be a nominated speaker?
I'm sure Susanna would.
Oh, Susanna, I think it's great. Now, Susanna, what's going to happen? Let me tell you what's going to happen.
Where are 3 points again? That'll just get them down.
We're all going to go back into the Fraser House room now. So, how's that sound? And I think the thing is, Susanna,
yes,
we love your accent so much.
Oh, thanks.
I think it puts a bit of something extra into this. It's always nice to know that people from the outside want to come and live in our city. And,
it is.
So yeah,
I won't mention it.
Employer-led. So unless we get the employers to start being conscious of the climate emergency, the demand isn't going to be pushed through to the colleges to provide that training. So we really need to get embedded in with the employers.
Yeah.
In order to get that
it's definitely, as you say, Vicky. So with Tech Lancaster, we were a pilot for the national rollout of that initiative. So I think people are even listening, even to a small city such as Lancaster. And I think Boris himself made a comment about our project. So we can't, even small groups can make big changes.
Completely agree with that. I mean, you look at like the Morecambe Bay curriculum; it's all, we're getting the attention for it, aren't we?
Yes. Welcome back, everybody. Love the energy and the conversations you've been having. Clearly, this is a topic that you feel very strongly about. And Jonathan, good to see you all again. Can we just briefly hear back from the two groups? Did you get a chance to nominate a speaker for each of the breakout rooms that you were in? People are shaking their heads. Oh dear, someone might have to step forward then. Could we have someone to step forward from one of the groups? Maybe Dan, the group you were in. Anyone could just give us a sense of the conversation that you had. Your 3 best ideas is what we're looking for.
So I'm supposed to actually be doing that. So
Susanna, that's your job, is it?
Yeah, it is. I'm Susanna Dart, if I haven't introduced myself to the full group, and I'm the Climate Change Policy Officer within planning at Lancaster City Council. Great. And we had a pretty awesome conversation about different things we can do and like a focus on big action and really meeting the climate emergency. But speaking of the emergency, we were also talking about how language is used and how sometimes we can get tired of always hearing crisis language. So maybe when we're working about the climate things, that this is actually something we're going to get excited about and how we're going to live better and how we're going to do business better and how we're going to work together better, how we're going to produce energy better. So it's all around like that kind of positive action and enthusiastic working together. And then we also talked about needing to have incentives and how we can incentivize making that shift and making that transition.
Great.
And that's like within business. And then our last one was about collaboration. and how we can work to collaborate across the council, across the district, across with sectors to really make sure that we have joined up thinking and that we're going at this together and not siloed. So that was our three areas.
Susanna, thank you so much. There's some great things in there, and I think you're absolutely right. This is a contact sport, isn't it? We've got to work in teams. We've got to be really thinking about the collective focus and effort. We can't do it ourselves. Thanks, Susanna. Someone from the other group, anyone like just to give us a quick sense of your 3 big ideas from the conversation?
Yeah, so I seem to have been nominated in the chat. So we had a fantastic conversation that really centered around knowledge, reputation. We identified that at the moment people are confused about what the solutions are, as well as, you also mentioned incentives. We also need those. But at the moment, we don't have the good examples. And in fact, even the opposite, heat pumps, for example, there are bad examples around. There is really good practice around the country. There are brilliant examples. We heard about one about the way you can drill holes for ground source heat pumps really easily. I know some very good examples around the country. So we've got to really ramp up the knowledge and the experience so that people aren't afraid of these things. They're clearer about the solutions. So, but we also need skills. We urgently need the people in the district trained up, experienced, knowledgeable to actually do these things. So I think there's a real role for everybody here to start to create the go-to people and places who can give really good advice, and obviously the council, the Chamber of Commerce, the college. We all need to get together and create that so that rapidly people can trust that actually these aren't wacky solutions. They're not going to cost them money. They're not going to be that difficult. And we as a council are converting our refuse trucks to electric, for example. Now, when we started doing that, we thought this is going to be expensive. But actually what other councils have said was no, because the service costs are less and because they last longer, So it's really all about knowing who to go to, who's got the experience to.
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking very powerfully there about the importance of having a network of seeking out, engaging lots of different stakeholders, and I guess encouraging other businesses to get on board, either by live examples or connecting them with people who can help. And I was going to ask you all what you thought might galvanize the wider business community. What do other businesses need, you think, in terms of support or encouragement to get on to this trend towards tackling the climate emergency? Any thoughts?
I think I suppose for me it's the most obvious one is around grants, funding, incentives, to get them engaged. But as Kevin just mentioned, a lot of it is around education and having it as a priority within the business. And we all know what's happening in the world right now. There's a lot of other priorities that are coming forward. But I think a good dose of incentives from government with a bit of grants and funding and support and education, training amongst the workforce is going to go a long way.
I think people talked yesterday, I think it was in the conversation with Kevin and Henrik, about demystifying that, making the funding easier to understand and getting it all in one place. That's an important part of this too. Any closing thoughts before we jump on to the next session? Were you surprised in the conversations, or did you find other people having similar ideas to you?
Can I just add, in some ways, it's quite a simple example. I've actually got 2 cars, one which is older and petrol, and it's currently costing me somewhere around 20 pence for every mile, somewhere between 18 to 20 pence per mile to drive. I've also got an electric car. I'm currently driving that electric car at 1 pence per mile. And all of that cost gives me the money to actually lease a brand new electric car. So if you look at it over a year, so it's a simple example like that, and all of a sudden businesses are going, how much? But I've had to put some things in place, like charging my car between midnight and 4 o'clock in the morning. That's not a problem for most of society.
I'm just going to chuck it out there to Chris Kelly at ICS. In our breakout, I mentioned about the government obviously is very much supporting businesses, helping their employees take ownership of electric vehicles via benefit in kind. Have you had much uptake locally in the 0% BIK?
No is the answer to that. Absolutely not. No. I think that would be something that, as a firm, we would love to be getting that out to our clients. But no, it's not something that seems to be common knowledge across the bar. Grants available, the reduced benefit in kind, even the sort of cost through a business. If you buy a Tesla vehicle, as an example, through your business, an electric vehicle, the potential company tax saving, it isn't something that I'm seeing an awful lot of, Rich.
I know you're saying, Vicky, that obviously there's a lot of businesses still need incentives. I think there's a lot maybe we can do to push that stuff out there and get people to say, hey, look, whilst there might not be grants available, there are significant tax savings your business can make, and get in touch with folks like Chris to help them do that.
I think you're right. Thanks, Rich, and thanks, Chris, for just jumping in there as well. I think absolutely. It's about changing the conversation, isn't it? It's about skills and awareness and capability, but also just changing the narrative that people have around this, so that when John comes out with that great example about the dividend for having an electric vehicle, it makes sense to people, and they understand what the benefits, the future benefits. I think Mark Davis talked a lot about that, engaging people, incentivizing that change in behavior. So thank you, everybody. Some really great ideas. But encourage you, just have a quick look at the people who were in your rooms. Stay connected. Continue this conversation beyond today. You're amongst friends. You're all thinking in the same way. Leverage that potential from these groups. Now, we asked you a little bit around what's going to help you do this, make this transition. And one way, of course, is, I think, Vicky, you alluded to this, was that sense of collective endeavor, that sense of working in teams. We're going to share with you some thinking now about how you can help your team, the team that you're part of, get on board with this process and work more collaboratively. And I think we're going to jump out of Zoom for this, aren't we? I'm going to step over to the whiteboard to do that. So stay with us.
I think we're going to head back to stage now. So if everybody can head back to the tab mark stage, and the guys are going to do their bit there, and we'll give further instructions thereafter. We'll probably come back into the room, ICS, in a short while. But for now, if everyone head back to stage.
Nice to meet you.
We're back. So I just want to share a framework with you. I went too soon, didn't I? Great. Welcome back to the main room. So we're just going to share a couple of frameworks with you, which I think will be useful to helping you galvanize your team to tackle some of the climate emergency ideas and solutions that you've just discussed. It's a framework of high-performance team working. Some of you might be familiar with this. It's a team performance curve. It was developed by two authors and promoted in the Harvard Business Review, Katzenbach and Smith, 1993 and 2004, I think. There are two axes to consider. We've got performance impact, the difference that you will make, and we've got team working effectiveness. And you can think of the team that you're in going on a journey of evolution in terms of its team working effectiveness. A working group might be the stage you're in at the moment, where you're in the same team, but there's no real need for you to collaborate. It's more of a social or an affiliative process that you're in there. And actually, to galvanize effort, to get people aligned around the climate emergency is going to require you to get to know each other, start working more effectively. What might happen in the early stages, of course, is you get to the stage where there's a lot of infighting. Katzenbach and Smith talk about pseudo-team. You think you're a team, but people are jockeying for position. It's not clear how you're going to work. There might be a lot of turf wars or arguments over what are the important things. It can feel quite messy, a lot of energy, but not really devoted towards working more effectively. And then the penny drops. You see the opportunity, but it feels a bit clunky. So when people are in meetings, making sure that you hear from each other, holding back, not dominating the airspace, giving people time and space to talk about things that they're concerned about. That can feel a bit awkward and uncomfortable, but it's an important part of learning how to work more effectively together. And then things start to work. You have a clear sense of your purpose, you have a clear sense of the roles and responsibilities in the team, and you're moving up the curve in terms of your performance impact and also the team working effectiveness. So that ideally, that high-performing team state is where there's a strong commitment to the people in the team. You're really clear about why you exist. It's important that you all succeed. Feedback is taken on board and people can challenge and maintain that strong relationships. And some of the things that will help you here are these elements. Having a clear sense of your common purpose, why you're here, what you're trying to achieve. Being really clear about the range of skills in the team, what people bring to the table. Having an agreed approach, and Nick's going to talk a bit more about that in a moment. That's almost the behavioural ground rules which underpin how we work together. Thinking about if we've got a code of practice in our team, we need to hold each other to account. Let's make sure we do that. But crucially, we have that strong commitment to each other so that we can collectively succeed and show up strongly with all of those external partners and stakeholders who are impacted by what we do. Nick, tell us a bit more about some of the things that will help around approach.
Well, I guess Jonathan and I have worked with a lot of teams over the years in different organisations around the world, and this sort of area is the thing that has been really helpful to people, but especially common purpose and approach. And approach is like how we do things, what's the culture, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. And they're the sort of things that often aren't talked about, but they are there. They're there all the time. So here's a few things. Excuse me. Having a team charter, putting time and energy into deciding what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. What do we do? What do we do around here? What's okay and what's not okay? And having that as an open and transparent conversation can be pretty frightening for people. It takes a bit of courage. What's the difference between, or the balance between, how much you ask people questions and how much you tell? As we get more technologically advanced, or you're really sophisticated and you work at a high level of technology, there can be a gravitation towards just telling people the solution. Here's the answer. But context and the world are changing all the time. So actually, being able to ask questions, being able to listen to each other, draw people in, and actually give them a chance to make their own contribution, that's a real difference. So where's the balance? How much are we on tell? How much are we on ask? Excuse me. Piece of work I was doing some years ago, I spent about a year working with Spotify. Used to walk around the building in Stockholm in the office, and I've heard other organisations talk about this. They had these failure boards. So, big boards around the office. We're working on this, we're working on that, we're really struggling, we haven't got it right. Now, that's a great invitation for people to collaborate, to join in, to see it as they walk past and say, yeah, we've been working on that as well, we can help you. But if your culture is different, I'm working with a German sensor manufacturer at the moment, very digital, highly technical. And yet, the sense of being a German engineer, they're so proud of being competent and of being right. But the idea of saying, hey, we got something wrong is just something they really struggle with. I'm not saying you instigate that. That's about the far end of the spectrum of seeing. But it's really useful. We could have it here in Fraser House. We could have ways of saying, hey, I'd love some collaboration. I'm going to stick this up. But it's exposing yourself. It's being vulnerable and saying, hey, you know what, we're struggling with this and we could really do with some help. Excuse me. Final bit. Project Aristotle was a piece of research done by Google about 6 or 7 years ago. They asked all their teams for their key criteria, what made teams at Google work. And they came out with this phrase, psychological safety, as the #1 theme. So in other words, the fact that people felt safe, people could contribute, people could be at their best. And just a fantastic way of working if you can work at that and make sure you're inviting people in. You've got to be humble to a certain extent as well. I did some work with the top team of Google UK in the MD a few years ago, and it was entirely around that, where they actually said, yeah, it's our model, and we're at the very apex of that, and actually, we don't have enough of this in our own team. So how much of that is in your team? How much can we tell the truth, as it were? Okay, so we're going to put you in breakout rooms in a minute. We're going to ask you this question. So what needs most focus for your team? What's your common purpose? Perhaps above and beyond the sort of typical KPIs, you know, about bringing this in to actually achieve some goals and ambitions around climate change. Have a conversation around the most focus for your team. And you may say, hey, but I work on my own, you know, I'm a freelancer here. But actually, you don't. I can't imagine anybody really works on their own. They'll be going into a client and immediately you're invited in. You have to work alongside them. You become part of a team. We could have that for Fraser House. I'm part of a community. What do we want as a common purpose for working at Fraser House, for instance? So we're going to put you back into, I'm going to shout to Dan here because we're very technical here. Dan, ICS.
ICS accounting room.
Fantastic. Please go back into ICS accounting room. Dan will then mix and match again. And what I'd like to think is if there's people there that you don't know, we're going to mix you up, get a chance to say hello again, have another conversation, 15 minutes. We don't need to hear an output from this, folks, because the conversations really are probably more important being in small groups. But it would be lovely if you just got a couple of things that you can talk about later that really resonate. Perhaps put them in the chat box as well, but things that resonate from this conversation.
Ooh,
okay.
Can I jump in as well?
Please do, yeah.
Kevin and Susanna, before I forget, would you mind just dropping into the chat the 3 best ideas from both of your groups? That would be marvellous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like we've lost a couple and gained a couple. What are we on? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Michael, Helen, can you hear?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You are. It seems that you're not.
Can
hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. God, right. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right.
Those beautiful tones are coming through loud and clear.
It's extremely tough. Oh God, I can hear myself. That's terrible.
Oh, should I?
Echo. It's all right now. I'm fine.
Oh wow. What did you think of that? What did you think of that second session there then?
I thought it was brilliant. I think the presenters are fantastic. Their style and
they're great, aren't they?
Just they engage you. It's brilliant.
They're great,
it's really good. Very impressed.
Yeah. I must admit, this has all been a big, as you can imagine, It's a bit of an experiment.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job. Thumbs up so far.
Well, thank you so much. And just a quick, while you're both here, by the way, Vicky, Jodie, quick shout out. You've been great supporters for this event, so thank you so much for your help and your engagement as well. So,
pleasure. Anything we can do.
Good. And we'll have to have a coffee soon here at Fraser House. You'll have to come and see it.
It's been lovely, thank you.
Good. I can see that Jonathan's come into the room and he's not got his camera on. I don't know if he's spying on us or what.
Well, I'm just a bit embarrassed about the nice things Vicky was saying about us, actually. But
all true. Very impressed.
That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really interested to hear what you think about the teams that you're in and where they're at, I guess, in terms of the journey. And by journey, I mean in terms of team working effectiveness and their likelihood to sort of get behind this and, like you, want to do something about addressing the climate emergency in your businesses.
Chris, I think you're on mute if you're talking.
Chris is still on mute.
Susanna?
I think Chris might not be talking to us.
I think, I don't know, in terms of the team response and the power of the ability to respond, thinking of myself in place within the chamber team, I think the power lies within the smallness of our team compared to larger organisations because of that communication. So, I just think that we've got power and strength in that position being a smaller team versus a larger one.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, within the Esther Network, particularly over the last year with COVID, with everything going on Zoom, I've discovered that the most effective number of people to have on a meeting is anything up to 7.
Yeah.
Because once you start going beyond that, you have to inevitably go into a sort of a show and tell mode. But up to 7, you can have a proper in-depth conversation.
I think you're right, Michael. I think Katzenbach and Smith talked about high-performing team, 8 people maximum. That small unit where you've got that chance to be really committed and to support and challenge each other as well. That's an important part of this process too.
And then the other thing, if I can just have one more thing that I've sort of become a bit allergic to, is going to meetings with well, it depends what kind of meeting it is, but if it's a sort of creative meeting, having it too much of an agenda and a structure, I find frustrating now, because if you want to be creative, if you're exploring things and how to do things, then a structure can get in the way. I mean, I'm part of a group that characterizes itself as we do have a purpose, we just don't know what it is yet, but we will when we get there. Now that's kind of a bit of an extreme, but you get the opposite can be frustrating.
I think the important piece there for me is that as long as everybody knows that, then that makes it okay, doesn't it? We're not clear about where we're going, but we do know this, and so we're going to work towards that until the situation becomes clearer. For me, it's an evolving process, this, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think for me as well, in particular with the common purpose, is most businesses should, I mean, some still don't, but have your strategic plan, your vision, your goals. And I think with something like this, it's good for it to come down from the top. So the board, directors, CEOs, all that type of thing need to be on board. But I know, for instance, when we do our strategic planning, we want engagement from all levels of the business. And I think if just that one person influences the plan or the goals, then you can go on new paths and start altering the thought process. And I'm hoping in particular when it comes to things like the climate emergency and new goals around that, making small inroads, I think you can really start to shape a larger plan. And then hopefully that one influence goes up and then it starts to filter all the way back down.
There's a viral video on YouTube, I don't know whether you've seen it. It's about the first follower. So there's a guy at a music festival, he's doing this really, really awful dad dancing and everyone's sort of giving him a wide berth. But somebody then steps up and joins him. And all of a sudden, more people start to galvanize and come towards this individual until they're the main event. And it's not just about being the first person to step forward. It's about having the courage to get behind somebody and then legitimize that shift in thinking, and to start being an ambassador and to engage other people. And before you know it, you've got a movement. Any other thoughts about your teams or where they're at or what they need?
I actually work for myself, but I'm part of a European group who call themselves future strategists. But it's all about dreaming of where you want to go and then working back to see what are the practical steps to get there. But quite often the dream actually adjusts over time, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Your initial dream may be vague, and then it gets more focused and changes. And it's actually been very liberating to be able to do that, because it means that I start to assess what's actually valuable now, and getting rid of that and focusing on the things that are actually going to work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, John. And you're talking about having a flexible approach there, aren't you? Being ready to adapt your own thinking as new information becomes available. We've got a few more minutes. Any more thoughts?
Yeah, I'm going to chip in if that's all right. I'm just going back really to what Susanna said in the first session that we had, and and it kind of echoed something that Henrik said yesterday. And Henrik said, we asked him about what it was like engaging businesses back in 1996 into the VECWA strategy. And he just said, yeah, everyone just got on board with it. They just, they wanted to do it. We wanted to do it. We want to be. And I think that was the thing, and I think sometimes this is our thing, we need to, I was looking recently at the proposals to change the one-way system and reading some of the feedback on it. I was amazed. There were people like, well, where are we going to put all our cars? Where's the cars going to go? We've got thousands of cars we need to go. And I'm thinking, you don't get it, do you? You don't get it. We'll have a clean city. People will. You don't have to drive on the roads. We can walk on the roads, and we can dance in the roads. We can all prance up and down. We could build huge climbing frames and trees, and to me, I think it almost feels like we need something to really get behind and get excited about.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's take it away from the harsh language, and let's create this vision, of an incredible city. It's like bloody Narnia.
Well, you're right. You're right to mention C.S. Lewis, because it's about telling a story, isn't it, Dan? It's about telling a really good story that is exciting and is not too hard to get your head around. And you're describing that future state and what it would feel like if you or me were there. And that's what hooks people, I think. It's a great example.
I think I just got to say on that as well, and I'd like to hear Vicky's thoughts, because, I think ultimately we look at the city council to take I do. I think the city council is who we look at to take the lead on this. You're in charge of the city. And then beneath the city council, forget the county, I think it's the city. And then, but then the stakeholders that should be sat right behind the city council should be the university, the county council, the Chamber of Commerce, LMC, EDF, those big secondary stakeholders, the NHS. And it kind of feels like maybe it's up to the city council to, and perhaps this is what you're doing through the people's jury, but this is the vision. This is it. I'll give you a quick example, and I keep, I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet here, but one of the things that we did with Lancaster on Ice, when we did Lancaster on Ice, the thing that we did, and we did it incredibly, and it was really simple, and it was a picture. And it was just a picture, an artist's impression of what Lancaster on Ice would look like. And as soon as we released that picture, the city just was like, oh, it's going to be an ice rink on Dalton Square.
Yeah.
The next year, as soon as we released a picture, oh my God, they're bringing the world's biggest big wheel. So this is mental. And the city gets behind it. And it almost feels like, it needs that. Thing.
Can I know, I mean, sorry, Susanna.
Oh yeah, if I could I just wanted to pull up on what John and Dan were saying about that kind of storytelling around let's create a positive future. I think we have to be absolutely clear that it is a climate emergency. And if we don't act, we're going to have climate collapse and ecological collapse. I mean, our oceans will die. It will be almost impossible to grow food. We're going to have major water issues. So we have to be clear that that is happening, and we have to take urgent action. But it's more about, when we're communicating it and when we're living it day to day. I don't live because the ocean's going to die. I live because I'm creating a better future for myself and my future children, and like John was saying, it's creating, and Dan was saying, even with Lancaster Ice, it's about, creating a picture of actually where are we going to be living in 10, 20 years? And what is that future we want to have together? And when we stop driving as many cars, what kind of city are we going to have? And being really excited about that. And so it's understanding that, yes, there's climate emergency, but really focusing on that positive future that we're working together as businesses and the council and research institutions, anchor institutions, and third sector, how we're working together to reach that positive future. And Jonathan, that storytelling is so important.
I used to know somebody who used to take kids canoeing on the River Dart down near Totnes in Devon, and there's quite a few rocks in the River Dart, that you want to avoid. And rather than say, we all need to avoid that rock over there, he'd say, let's go in that direction. And some of us have got the stomach to take on how terrible the problems are, but that doesn't mean to say that we should be shouting out to everybody else. I've just been doing a little bit of work analysing why the Bristol Pounders failed. And one of the chief reasons, there are several, but one is that the people got behind it, took that a slightly holier than thou green attitude and started sort of shaming the business community and the people who were not getting behind it. So when it got to the point where they needed them to get behind it, guess what? They were interested. That was one of the reasons. There were several. And one of the things that I've kind of experienced in Lancaster over the last few years is we've created a narrative of working together, collaborating, cross-sector, everybody pulling together. There's a sort of general consensus that the climate emergency, addressing poverty, building stuff is what we're all behind. And the business, we're having that conversation within the business community as to how we can sort of work up a common agenda. But also businesses are in a privileged position because we don't have to lobby anything to create effective change. we can just do it as part of our business model, which is amazing. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say, really. We can be very, very positive without scaring people, but be absolutely focused on what needs to be transformed.
That's a great example, Michael, and I think you're right. As soon as it gets tribal or sectarian, we're just doomed, aren't we? We've got to be inclusive. It's got to be a broad church here, for want of too many cliches. But I think there's something for me about getting your story straight and getting really good at that, telling it as well. So we've all got a good elevator pitch on what we're doing to tackle the climate emergency, why it's so important, to your point, Susanna, but what it could be like. And here are some nice examples. It's almost, because it's a bit foggy, I can't quite see 10 years ahead. I try talking to my teenage daughter about this and she just rolls her eyes. But there's something about making it accessible so that we use the same language and we start to find that other people are doing the same thing, and it's infectious then in the right way, isn't it? We've got a couple of minutes left. Any more closing thoughts?
I'm going to just jump in with another one quickly. I'm sorry, then I'll be quiet. There's an effective threefold nature to the structure, because the business community generally do things. You've got the universities, which are about education and learning and teaching, and then you've got the council, which is really about community engagement, community management of expectations, coordination at the people level. So at those three levels of thinking, community, heart and hands, head, heart and hands, there's a opportunities for quite a lot of coordination there, I think.
Great, thank you, Michael. We're going to go back to Fraser House in a moment, but before we close, if anything's particularly resonated for you from this conversation, or there's something you're going to go and do with your team, or perhaps the network that you're part of, just drop it into the chat. We'd love to see what your thinking is. I'm sure other people would be interested as well. And Susanna's put some nice things in there just now about helping get the story across. Thank you. I think we're back to Fraser House now, Dan.
Welcome back, folks. Thank you. Great conversation. Really enjoyed it. And I guess, I hope it's just one of many. I'm sure there's many going on, but we wanted to give the opportunity to bring people together in this community during this week at Array, to start that conversation and to think about perhaps in your own team, think about some of the things that we gave in terms of a tool, tools to think about your own teams and the way they work, to give you really a better opportunity at reaching some of these ambitions and reaching some of these targets. So I hope, how you're feeling now about your response to the climate emergency. Maybe we've lit some fires maybe somewhere, and maybe we'll continue the conversations and you'll come across us in the future. I'm certainly hoping to come down and be here occasionally. It's just the most fabulous location in Fraser House, and I'm really looking forward to being part of that. Jonathan, anything to say?
No, great to be part of the conversation. Really excited by all of your ideas. Good luck with it, and keep in touch.
Okay, there's another session coming up, I think, with Martin and the folks at 12 o'clock. So hopefully tune in and see you around Lancaster. Bye now. Bye-bye. Ta-ra.
Hi, and welcome to today's session. We're talking to Martin Peters, Financial Director from Moralis Data, about diversity and inclusion. I'm Kerry Harrison and I lead the Lancashire Digital Skills Partnership and will be hosting this chat today. First things I've got to say though is if you're interested in accounting, ICS Accounting, who are our sponsors, are in the networking rooms. If you want to ask them any questions, please go there. So Martin, would you like to give us a little bit of an introduction to yourself, your role and your business and all that kind of good stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much for having me here today. So I'm Martin Peters, FD at Moralis, originally from Morecambe in Lancaster, born in Lancaster, grew up in the area, then moved up into the northeast where I trained as an accountant. So I worked alongside a lot of high growth tech businesses up there, then moved back to the area about 3.5, nearly 4 years ago, worked at an interior design company called Nielsen House. I was CFO up in the Lake District. And then about a year ago decided that I wanted to move back into the tech sector, and so here I am now at Moralis, where we're big about reducing carbon emissions in transport and the supply chain, logistics, things like that. We do that primarily through our product Fuse, which is our electric vehicle charging management system. But I have the absolute privilege of working with some fantastic, really super clever people doing some phenomenal innovative things. I feel very privileged to work with them. And so our research and tech team are working on not just the electric vehicle side, but everything from drone routing, drone charging, all the way through to, we've got a 5G project with AMRC at their new facility in the Northwest, working with BAE and IBM on how 5G can improve the chain of custody system for that. So it's a really exciting place to be. I'm really privileged to be able to be in this position. But kind of when I was in the Northeast, when I was working alongside the tech businesses, it became apparent that there was this kind of disparity really within the industry. But I never fully kind of grasped that as an external advisor. And then moving across into Nielsen House, although we were working alongside the construction industry, which has its own inherent problems in this area, it was actually the reverse there. So I was the only male in the organisation, and it was never really that apparent of those issues. Fast forward to being at Moralis, and as my position as FD, I have overall responsibility for HR and recruitment. And I remember back to the first hire that we had to do once I joined. It was for a technical role, and it was there was a really imminent need for that person, so we needed to move quickly and get someone in. We put out the job adverts, and job descriptions went out, and I think about 40 plus applications within the first 48 hours. I thought to myself, this is great, this is going to be easy, that's going to be a nice simple process. We'll get these shortlisted down, get the interviews done, and we'll get cracking. And it became very apparent when I actually started going through that process that there was not one single female applicant in the whole of that 40 plus, and equally the diversity in there was pretty poor. So I probably shouldn't have been, but I was genuinely shocked at that, and it was really alarming. So I decided to do some reading around these things, and it quickly became very apparent that it's a well-known issue, a well-documented issue within the tech sector, but it was one that the pace of change is just far too slow. And more needs to be done. As a dad of two beautiful young daughters, I want them to be able to grow up and be collaborative, engaged women who are able to contribute in whichever industry they decide to go into. And so I'm really passionate about making a change in this industry, championing more diversity and inclusion. And so that's why we started as a business of Moralis to sign up to the Tech Talent Charter as a signatory, and that was our first step really in wanting to do something different.
That's fabulous, thank you for that. We've kind of got the opposite history in some respects, in that I started in the North East and then grew up in Lancaster, so I did a bit of a swap with you there, but most of my life spent in Lancashire and Lancaster. And it's good to hear that you've signed the Tech Talent Charter. The Lancashire LEP also have signed the Tech Talent Charter as a kind of really marker in the sand to say we want to absolutely have an impact on the diversity and inclusion in our businesses across Lancashire, but specifically in this case, and for myself, focusing on the digital sector. And the research we've done so far shows that less than 1 in 6 of our digital workforce within the digital sector and in tech talent roles are actually female, whereas in most other sectors it's more 50-50, although there will be some exceptions to that. So it's definitely an issue that we need to talk about. It's definitely something that we need to embrace, and it's not something that is detrimental to a business. It absolutely is something that can enable businesses and give them so many benefits from having a more diverse and inclusive workforce. So I think possibly thinking about it to start with, so why is it particularly important to your business, do you think? What would you draw out that is the key aspect to that?
So I suppose what's really important to us as a business, we're developing global products to global issues. So we're trying to tackle issues that are for everyone, everywhere. And so our business needs to represent that. Our products, as we try and develop and grow them, need to have that diverse mindset and input. And quite simply, if they don't have that, then we'll be left behind. We won't be able to compete. So it's massively important to us with that respect. And also just as a business at Moralis, we want to do business the right way. We're all about people. It's been fascinating this week to hear at the Ray Festival many business leaders speaking so highly of their teams and how important that is for their success, and we're no different. We've grown. We were a team of 4 before lockdown. We're now up to 20. We're growing really quickly, and it matters to us about our culture and the way that we want to do business. And so it's a massively important part of our thinking going forwards. And we have big growth ambitions, and so we can see that there's an issue now. But as we look forwards and as we want to hire more and more people, we need that pool of talent to be as diverse as possible, because we're an innovative business, and if I'm a firm believer that diversity and inclusion is a seedbed for that innovation. And if we're wanting to push the boundaries of e-mobility and where we can take Fuse in particular, then it's massively important to us that we don't stifle that diversity within the business, and therefore we don't stifle our own innovation.
Absolutely, and the research holds that up, that the more diverse an organisation is, the more innovative they become. So absolutely, all those different ideas and points of view really make a big difference. So in terms of have you had, in terms of that and in terms of the journey that you're on, is there any particular barriers that you've had to overcome, either internally or externally, in your business, and how did you manage that?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple of things. The first is time. So as anyone who works in a small business or has done previously will know that time is a massive issue. It can often feel like there's just simply not enough hours in the day. So when you have those time pressures, when there's, it's really important to be as effective as possible by prioritizing and managing your time well. Anything that adds to that, so any processes that need to be looked at a second time, or additional steps perhaps that need to be put in place, particularly thinking around recruitment, then that can be a barrier, because there's always an easier option, and the biggest temptation can be to just simply go for that easier option. Likewise with money, when every penny counts, anything again that can step in the way of perhaps going for the easier option. So if, for example, your recruitment process has been to put a job advert up on your own website or a free jobs board, then actually thinking about doing something different to access a different pool of talent, if that comes at a cost, that can certainly be prohibitive. So I think those are really key for us, and for myself personally in my role. I would think that a lack of knowledge and understanding coming into this role, so just not knowing, I'm certainly not an expert in this field, but that can be quite daunting when you start to look at these things and realise I really don't know much about this area, and that actually that shouldn't be a barrier, but it often can be, where people can just go for the easier option. I don't know what I'm doing in this space. I don't know what the answers are, so I'm not going to do anything. I do believe that there isn't a fence to sit on, if you like. There isn't a neutral space in this area. I do think that by doing nothing, you're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. And I think doing nothing is actually just adding to the problem.
I couldn't agree more. So do you think that fear of either doing the wrong thing or not knowing enough is what's stopping a lot of businesses talking about this or doing stuff about it? Or do you think there's other issues that are stopping businesses prioritising diversity and inclusion?
Yeah, I think there's those kind of things. There's perhaps not knowing where to go for support. So that's where the Tech Talent Charter has been massively helpful for us with their open playbook that has given us the opportunity to really think through these processes, and it's brought together the key elements of where other people have done things well. I think as the tech sector, we're renowned for being able to collaborate really well around things like innovation and really kind of like pushing innovation and digital and tech solutions forwards. And I think fundamentally there's no silver bullet to this problem, certainly not that I can see. So it's about embracing that collaboration, about the different parties coming to the table and actually really working together and supporting businesses. So as I said before, I'm not the expert in this, so my thoughts on this purely come from what I've seen so far, but it definitely goes way beyond just this industry, this sector. There's a lot of problems around this, and for example, I can see that it goes right the way back to education. So there's certainly a role there for government, local authorities, education institutes that need to look at that. But I think kind of more locally in this area and in this sector, it's about people working together, using what other people are doing really well and then building upon that, and bringing in the other organisations and charities that are doing really fantastic work in this area, and saying actually how can we do that together and how can we make a bigger impact by doing it collaboratively rather than just individual siloed trying to figure things out on their own.
Absolutely. I think you need to be an advocate for this. Everybody needs to be an advocate, or you're part of the problem.
Yeah,
and absolutely. So absolutely. And it's interesting you talk about schools and young people. Young people say that if they can't see it, they can't be it. So if you can't see it, you can't be it. And then we haven't got enough female role models to actually show them that option. Then the numbers of girls taking sort of those digital subjects tend to be lower. So we kind of need to break this circle and make sure that we show them lots of role models of all different shapes and sizes, of all types of people, so that we can actually promote and role models, because you need to be able to relate to them, don't you, and see them in action to do this. And Tech Talent Charter is a great start, and we've been really fortunate in working with them as a LEP and taking things forward. So they're a great source, and the Open Playbook is just a brilliant source of information on what to do next. What do you think is the bravest thing that Moralis has done in terms of diversity and inclusion?
I think probably the bravest thing is actually just holding our hands up, admitting that there's a problem here, that we need to do something about it. And then I think the bravest thing is probably just taking that first step. So signing up to the Tech Talent Charter was very much our kind of pinning our colours to the mast. It's saying we know that there's a problem here, we want to do something about it, and so we're going to make a start. And there's that level of kind of just being able to say, right, we've signed up to that, so how are we doing with that? What are we going to do next? And just, yeah, I think the bravest thing is taking that first step.
Often the hardest part is taking that first step, isn't it? Definitely. How in what ways do you think the coronavirus outbreak and possibly and/or Brexit have impacted on businesses in terms of prioritising diversity and inclusion? Because it seems to have taken a little bit more of a backseat recently for some people, despite lots of activity during the last year that would possibly edge you towards other conclusions. But has it had an impact? What have you seen?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've definitely seen particularly through COVID restrictions and the enforced working from home, and we've seen how massively helpful that can be to us as a business. Our staff have been really, really productive and efficient working at home, and so we've had to look at how we integrate that into our plans going forwards. Likewise, the use of time. We do things differently at Moralis. We're very much a business that says our staff know what they have to do, they know when they have to do that by, and then it's down to them as to how they structure their times, how they structure their days. So looking at things like home life, childcare responsibilities, family responsibilities, other activities that people want to pursue that might not fit into evenings and weekends, and how that can impact on the job that they want to do and how well they do that. So it's very much been a case that we've now taken space here in Fraser House, which has been a fantastic step towards being able to deliver something whereby we can say our staff can choose the hours that they work and the place that they work. So having that ability to say, I definitely wouldn't say that we all have to work from home all of the time. I think there's massive benefits to seeing people face to face and how that impacts on collaboration and the social side of that, getting to know colleagues. Some of our colleagues we haven't even met yet because of COVID. But what that has done, it's really helped us focus on where do we go next? How do we take that, and how does that help us with inclusion within the workforce as we look to grow? So as an accountant, we might look and say, well, we're paying for space when it's only used 20% of the time, and you would think, well, there's no benefit to that, so we're not going to do it. Actually, we see there's massive value to that, and it gives people the option, and therefore it's something we want to do, because we very much want to have that opportunity that people can decide for themselves how they work best, and that may change over time as well, particularly as we navigate out of lockdown restrictions. People can decide for themselves, I've tried this, and actually I think I want to spend a bit more time in the office, I want to spend a bit more time with my colleagues, or actually I did that and it was really hard, and actually it's easier if I work from home on that day, for example. So that's been huge in our thinking going forwards. We've sadly been affected by particularly the COVID restrictions around travel, and yeah, I won't go into a huge amount of detail, but certainly I think from a Brexit point of view, which I don't feel we'll fully see the impacts of that for a bit of time to come yet, but certainly my own personal view is anything that restricts the movement of people, so people wanting to come and work in the UK, I don't feel that that's a good thing for inclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. So you talked about your journey there, and where do you think, or what ambitions do you have for, say, 5 years' time in terms of diversity and inclusion? What's you've made your first step, you signed the Tech Talent Charter, you're clearly on that journey. 5 years' time, where do you want to be?
So I'm going to start by saying something that probably sounds really kind of generic and wishy-washy, but we want all of our roles across the business to be a level playing field for everyone, and particularly we've seen that, as I've said, in the technical roles, we've seen real issues with that. But in terms of our ambition is we want to be, as we grow, we want to be the go-to, the best tech company in and around Lancaster, and that isn't to downplay any of the other tech companies who are doing some fantastic stuff, but that's where we want to be, and we want people to want to come and work for us because of who we are and how we do our business. We want that to be known. So that means that we've got to do a lot of work around, as I said, as we grow, we want that talent pool to be diverse and the best possible talent pool that we can get access to. So that means that we've got to make some decisions over the next kind of 12 to 18 months as to how do we get there? How do we make sure that we're shouting about the good stuff that we do? But equally, how do we make sure that we're part of those solutions? How are we collaborating with other people? How are we making sure that we're making an impact for the future so that we as a business will benefit in the future?
You've talked a lot about collaboration and working together, which I think is absolutely the way forward. How do you think people like the government or other employees themselves or customers can actually have help businesses in promoting diversity and inclusion and having that impact?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, from a customer's perspective, customers kind of vote with their feet. So, you know, if you don't like the way that a business is working, if they're not doing what you want them to do, then don't use them. Simple as that. But in terms of kind of the wider space, I think, yeah, collaboration is massive, and it's about having those open conversations. So being brave enough to go and step out and say, how can I help? Who do I need to speak to? And I was having a conversation in here, so being part of this space and having a conversation with someone, and there's potential that we can maybe do things, and even if it's not now, even if it's in 12, 18 months time, it's about really making sure that you start to get to know what's going on around you, who's already kind of doing things in this space, who can help you do things better. The Tech Talent Charter is fantastic in being able to facilitate that, and they're already working with government and other organisations and bringing together how do we do things better. So yeah, making sure that conversation keeps moving, and that means being active in the space, not waiting for other people to come to you, but actually taking that time, being willing, being passionate to really want to make a difference, and then taking that first step.
I guess communities like Fraser House and other similar ones across the county will make it easier for people to hear what other people are doing and to possibly have that help. So it's great to be part of it. Obviously, you're a director of Moralis, and at a senior level, you have these conversations. What kind of tips would you give other CEOs, MDs, FDs who are thinking, you know, we really need to make a difference, I don't know how to start, to really make that change in their business? What kind of tips would you give the senior teams?
So firstly, I want to say thank you to the other senior leaders at Moralis who, I remember when I went to them and said, look, we need to do something about this. I think the first step is sign up with the Tech Talent Charter. We want to become a signatory. And the response was, one person said, I was going to ask you about doing that. And the rest of them said, yeah, absolutely, that's what we need to do. So I know that's not always the normal position, but to have that backing and to be able to know that the steps that we're taking going forwards are backed up by the rest of the team, that's massively helpful. That just makes everything so much easier. So I suppose the tip from that is, if you're thinking about this space, whoever takes ownership of that, back them. Make sure that you make their life as easy as possible, really. And for people who are wanting to do that, and maybe they're on their own, they're the only director, or perhaps they're the only one who's kind of really passionate and wanting to make a start on this, I would say it's about look at what other people are doing. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. There's loads of resources out there. Go and look for it, because and go and speak to other people who are doing this. There's a so from the Tech Talent Charter, there's loads of signatories. There's loads of people already in the space. Go and have a look. Go and speak to them. Ask them what they're doing. Ask them what works well. Ask them where they've had challenges. And I think to kind of take a step down from there as well, I think it's really important that employees in this space that want to make a difference will kind of step up and be brave enough to go and ask the question. And I would say from that point of view, two things. Firstly, this stuff will take time. Inevitably, it will take time, and it will take an element of passion to want to really kind of change things. So I would say, firstly, go and find the right person. Find someone who has that capacity, who perhaps has that passion already, that hopefully there is a suitable someone within the organisation. But then secondly, and I think this is kind of a more wider point as well, make it easier for people to say yes. Don't go with a problem. Don't just say, oh, I don't think things are really working too well. I'm not too impressed with the level of diversity and inclusion within this workforce or what we're doing to address the issue. Go to them with a solution. Go and do your research first. Go and come up with a plan and say, oh, actually, I think we could do this. And here's the benefits. Here's how it would help the business going forward. Here's what we can really achieve if we look to do this. And just make it easier for that person to say yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for talking to me today, Martin. It's been really, really interesting. I know as a LEP, we're trying to support businesses locally in this area. And we have got some how-to sessions and how to look at culture, how to look at recruitment, how to start that conversation, and some training. We'll make the links available after this program, and actually, if you want some help, we're trying to offer that and give that support. But absolutely, the Tech Talent Charter is a fabulous place to start with that, and for businesses to take forward. So yeah, thank you very much.
And thank you very much for all the work you're doing as well.
Thank you. It's been great so far.
Super.
Hi everyone, my name's Chris and I'm the Practice Manager of ICS Accounting, and today I'm just going to talk through basically about cloud accounting and digital accounting and your profits. So a little bit about ICS Accounting first. We were established in 2002, and ICS Accounting provide a wide range of accountancy and administration services to contractors, freelancers and SME businesses across the UK. Our trust, care and compliance ethos allows our clients to focus on the things they do best without the worry of endless paperwork. During the pandemic, we have been busy supporting businesses with all of their accountancy needs and providing solutions to help keep their business running smoothly. Our contractors and freelancers have recently gone through major changes due to the IR35 legislation changes, which went live in April. We're currently working with some exciting plans for the future, including expanding our accounting solutions, growing our business within the local community, and launching a new website, to name but a few. Today I'm just going to run through what is cloud accounting, why is cloud accounting useful for SME businesses, who are the main providers of cloud accounting software, cloud accounting in your company's management information, cloud accounting and Making Tax Digital, and the latest updates and improvements that you can be thinking about. So to start with, what is cloud accounting? Cloud accounting software has replaced desktop-based accounting software at the forefront of business accounting software. It's used by business owners, their staff and their accountants to record all of their business financial transactions online and within the cloud. This provides the business owner with the benefit of being able to access the financials wherever they may be, provided that they have an internet connection. So as an example, they do not need to be in the office to print off their sales invoices and quotes and post them to their customer. They can raise their sales invoices and quotes whilst using the apps on their phone or on their laptop, or via the login on their website. They can then send these via email directly to the customer. Also, much of the digital information can be used to meet HMRC's record-keeping requirements, so there's no need to hold paperwork and clog up your office space. It can also be stored online and in the cloud. This type of software is particularly useful for business owners who want to be able to access real-time and up-to-date financial information about their company whilst they're away from the office. So why is cloud accounting software so useful for SME businesses? I've highlighted three areas that I think are the major reasons for this. The first is compliance. Cloud accounting software can be used by business owners in order to maintain their compliance with HMRC requirements. Items such as VAT registration, VAT submissions, payroll submissions can all be done via the software. And the software can be used to complete and file VAT returns. If you run a payroll, the software can be used to prepare this as well and file real-time information updates to HMRC. The second is management information. Aside from being able to access information in real time, many businesses now like their accountants to support them in receiving up-to-date management information. At ICS, we prepare monthly management accounts for a number of our clients, and these accounts can be used by those clients to look at their monthly profits and losses, drill into any information that they want to look at, and have a deeper conversation surrounding the numbers. We can set KPIs with our clients, we can track budgets and variances using the software, and we can promote positive discussions surrounding the company financials in a timely manner, and not just months after the year end has passed. The third benefit of cloud accounting software is competition. So the main cloud accounting providers are in competition with one another, and this benefits the user because basically they're constantly trying to improve their product. Improvement and innovation across all the products within the industry helps and supports the user. Each provider does not want to fall behind to their rivals, so they're constantly finding new ways to improve and diversify their own product in order to impress their customers. As mentioned previously, we also find this useful when HMRC changes their requirements, as providers then keep their ears to the ground in order not to fall behind. Particular examples of this, of recent, have been Making Tax Digital for VAT and the changes to VAT brought about following Brexit. So who are the main providers of cloud accounting software? There are 3 major providers in this industry. They are Xero, QuickBooks and Sage. And there are also other providers such as FreeAgent and Cashflow. Each of these products is different, but many of the features will be the same. At ICS, we use all of the products and are frequently attending courses and taking exams which keep us updated with the latest changes. So cloud accounting and your company's management information. Most businesses have a profit objective, so preparing regular management accounts is a fantastic way to keep up to date with what their profit currently is. Management accounts are my favourite area of interaction with my clients, as it gives me the chance to see what is happening to a business on a regular basis, and also provide better help and advice than might be possible if we were only looking at the accounts once a year. This flexibility then allows businesses to change their direction quickly. By reporting the numbers back to management regularly, there is then the opportunity for meaningful discussions to be had regarding the profits, income, and costs of the business. We can talk about profitability of individual products, sectors, or regions. We can consider areas of the business that may need more focus in the coming months to reduce costs and improve profits. The software is aimed at you and how you can improve your business. Before the management information can be prepared, we need to make sure that the company books are entered. And cloud accounting software makes this very easy. When I am bookkeeping, I like to record sales invoices, purchase invoices, and bank transactions in that order. Sales invoices can be entered by business owners manually using the app. If you're a trading company with a till, there is a good chance that your till software can interact directly with your accounting software to pull in the sales each day. If you're a tradesman, you can produce a quote using the app or web application, email it to your customer, and then once the customer accepts the quote, this can be turned automatically into a sales invoice. VAT can be entered accordingly on the final sales invoice, which allows you to then send the VAT information to your customer. Purchase invoices and receipts will be picked up regularly by busy businesses. There are now a number of invoice scanning and photo apps which you can use to import information onto your software with the click of a button. If you have received a receipt, software such as Dext, which was previously called Receipt Bank, can now be used to take a photo of that receipt. This will then appear on your accounting package, ready to be matched with a bank payment. The software providers use machine learning to improve in where they should be posting the purchase invoices onto the software. So you will not need to manually adjust any information. It will be uploaded for you free from error. And the final step for you in the bookkeeping process is the bank. You can set up a bank feed to link straight to your online banking, which means bank transactions appear in the software overnight. This is so useful as it allows you to match these transactions to sales invoices or purchase invoices that they relate to immediately without also entering lots of individual banking lines. For bank transactions that are not related to sales or purchases, such as drawings, the software will allow you to choose where these transactions should be posted to. And then we'll learn going forward where the transactions should be and the description that they may need to be posted to with the same accounts. Bookkeeping is absolutely fundamental to keeping the business information up to date. However, the latest software keeps it very simple for you. And then what about the bookkeeping? After the bookkeeping, I beg your pardon. Well, you do not have to be a qualified accountant to access and interpret this information. There are reports in each of these softwares that will allow you to access details of how much customers owe you, how much you owe suppliers, and what your monthly profit is looking like. We also see clients using reports to track the profits for individual projects. These reports are very easy to access and understand, and they're designed to help and support you in your decision making. ICS Accounting have a lot of experience with providing in-depth analysis of businesses for our clients, and will regularly drill deep into the reports in order to provide clients with an understanding that they may find useful. Cloud accounting and making tax digital. Making tax digital is the government's plan to make it easier for businesses and individuals to get their taxes right. Cloud accounting has become an integral part of this, as company information is readily available and can be shared digitally with HMRC with ease. Making tax digital is currently being used by HMRC only for VAT, though there are future plans to include corporation tax and personal tax as well. At the moment, Making Tax Digital rules apply for VAT-registered businesses who have a turnover in excess of 85,000. However, from the 1st of April 2022, this is set to extend to all VAT-registered businesses. This is important for business owners because it represents another requirement that they may have to meet in order to be fully compliant with the HMRC rules. Compliance can be easily achieved through cloud accounting software, as software providers ensure that their software is fully Making Tax Digital compliant. This means businesses can use the software as a one-stop shop for their VAT needs. They can file a compliant VAT return without the need for any other external software. You can also future-proof your business for Making Tax Digital for corporation tax or Making Tax Digital for personal tax. And then what about the latest updates and improvements? As mentioned, most cloud accounting software developers are making frequent updates to their systems in order to improve their products. At the moment, both Xero and QuickBooks are releasing updates every 90 days or so. Some of the latest updates across these packages include the following changes. Updates to reflect the new VAT rules surrounding Brexit, which include new VAT rates, which can be selected upon recording your purchases and sales, and postponed VAT accounting. Improvements to the company cash flow planner, which now includes invoice payment predictions and the ability to plan a business's cash flow 24 months ahead. The new domestic VAT reverse charge, which now applies for CIS subcontractors. If you manage CIS in QuickBooks, then the new VAT rules will automatically be applied for you. And the 2020-21 payroll update, which updates tax codes for employees so you can be comfortable that you are paying your employees correctly. So you can see that from a business owner's perspective, you're able to rely on the software to keep abreast of the latest updates and requirements for you. This gives you the benefit of focusing on what matters to you and not being bogged down by the financials. So I have given you a flavour of what software can be used and how we can use it to maximise your business profits. And in conclusion, I hope this has given you some food for thought. ICS Accounting are constantly on top of the latest updates and supporting our clients with their business accounting needs. If there is anything that you would like to discuss regarding cloud accounting or anything else, please let me know and please do get in touch. My details will be on the screen now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the final session of Array Festival 2021. What a week it's been. We've absolutely really crystallised all the fantastic, well, no, I say all, we've actually scratched the surface. There's so much innovation going on in this city, so much fantastic work around digital tech, supporting the businesses. And we've brought you a bit of it, but there's so much more. And what a great week it's been. ElecTech Monday, Digital and Tech Tuesday, Low Carbon, and today it's this day of inspiration. We had a great, fantastic networking session this morning. And now we have got an afternoon of lightning talks, real fantastic stories of Lancastrians, people in our region that have done some incredible things over the last 12 months. Despite the backdrop of the pandemic, they've kept going, they've kept innovating, they've created, and we're really fortunate to have just a handful of those stories, and I cannot wait to hear them all. So as always with these sessions, the ICS team, thanks for their headline sponsorship. They're in the breakout room, so go and say hello if you need any advice, want any support. But do please tune in, listen to these conversations, listen to these presentations, because I think they're just going to be absolutely fabulous. So please use the chat box, go in there, ask your questions to us. We'll relay them back to the speakers as well. It's going to be really simple, 5 minutes presentation, very quick, a couple of questions at the end, and then on to the next one. We're here, you've got us for a couple of hours, and it's going to be just fabulous. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over now to our first presenter, Nicola Mortimer from Tech Lancaster. Nicola, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I'm Nicola. I work for Milliamp Technologies, but I'm also the Programme Manager for Tech Lancaster, and that's what I want to just give you a quick talk about this afternoon. Let you know what Tech Lancaster is, what we've achieved over the last 6 months, and what we plan to do next. So, Tech Lancaster is basically a group of people, a group of local electronics companies that got together because we saw that there was a really big need for upskilling people in our sector. We've been complaining for years that we really struggle to recruit people into our industry, and when we do recruit people in, there's a lot of training needs that still need to be undertaken. And rather than just continue to complain about this fact, we decided to do something about it. So we applied for some funding from the DCMS, and we were awarded the funding last year. So we really did have to do something about it. Alongside creating the training course, we also wanted to raise the profile of the ElecTech sector, which the Array Festival this week has been fantastic in helping us to further promote the ElecTech sector. But we also wanted to let people know what kind of jobs there are available in the electronics industry and the wealth and the breadth and depth of those jobs that are there. So I'll just give you a quick flavour of who the industry consortium is. It's 6 local companies that all have electronics specialisms. Many of these companies you've heard from during this during this festival this week. They've been in some of the panel events and some of the Q&As. So I won't labour the point as to what we do, but we all love what we do and we all want to spread the word about ElecTech. So what we've achieved and what we set out to achieve is create a 12-week programme, training program, which contained an online learning module, but then it also had to have an element of practical learning in there as well, and that was really important for us because many of the jobs in the electronics industry are very hands-on and are very practical, so we wanted to reflect that in the training course that we put together. So we had 6 months, and during this 6 months period, we solely designed, built and delivered this training course. We had no previous experience of doing this. We're just 6 electronics companies that got together to solve this problem, and here we are today. We advertised the course, and we were overwhelmed by the level of interest in there. We thought we would struggle to get 100 people on the course, but we ended up with over 130. I think it's 136 people started the course. So we were overwhelmed by the level of interest. We said that nobody needed to have any prior experience in the electronics sector, just a really positive can-do attitude and a willingness to give it a go. One of the key things for this training course was that if you completed it, if you got to the end of it, then you were guaranteed an interview with one of the consortium companies. And we're in that process now of giving people interviews that completed the course. So this is just a few pictures from the training course. We were quite concerned with the pandemic that we wouldn't be able to run the practical element of the course, but we did manage to squeeze it in right at the end. So at the end of March and April, we ran these small group sessions down at Northern High Tech in Lancaster. We managed to put together an electronics lab in under 2 weeks to be able to take this course to our participants. The main thing about this course was that it allowed us to do internationally recognised certifications, IPC certifications, and we got over, I think it was 65 certifications in 6 weeks. So we really have raised the level of skill and competence in electronics in this area. The other great thing about hosting it at NHT Electronics was the fact that they actually got to see an environment, electronics environment, and break down a few of those stereotypes of what it's like to train and work within an electronics environment. And everybody that went on the course reported back that they found it a fantastic experience, so we were really encouraged by their comments. So the results were over 100 people started the course. Over 60 people completed the course. The participants included upskilling our own workforce, as well as mainly career changers coming in who wanted to try a new career. We've learned that we knew that we had gender diversity problems in the electronics sector, but we didn't realise quite how bad they were. So we're working on trying to address those. And we've already managed to place 10 people into employment before the course even finished. We're now hearing really positive stories of people coming back and saying, I've managed to find a job and thank you so much. So that really does make it all quite worthwhile. So what's next? Well, we've learned that gender diversity and ethnic diversity is a real problem in our sector. So we are now working with Lancaster University Management School to try and see if we can do anything to address that. We're also collaborating with the local Chamber of Commerce to see if there's anything that we can do on the local skills improvement plans, see if there's any learnings that we can take forward and help in the future. We want to continue to raise awareness of ElecTech, and thank you to the Array Festival this week for providing a fantastic platform for us to do that. And we want to try and convert the course that we've already done to give it a signposting option for people that are leaving school this year, particularly this year, because they've been so disrupted, as to potential careers and roles in electronics. And if there's something that we can do to help steer them onto a path to electronics, then it will benefit us all. Eventually, we'd love to turn that into a Trailblazer apprenticeship, but that's some way off. But yeah, it's been an interesting 6 months for sure. It's allowed people to sort of give them something to work towards in what has been a really difficult period for lots of people. It's allowed them to channel their creativity and their positivity into an area where you can turn an idea into something real. You can make a real difference. We can use some of our skills to apply them to these massive challenges that we've got, like decarbonisation and transition to net zero. And that gives us a warm, fuzzy feeling, but it's actually tangible. We can do it now. And so that's a real positive for this area. And most of all, I'd quite like to get back to my day job at Milliamp, because we've done this all on top of running electronics companies. So I never thought I'd hear myself say this, and please don't tell my business partner Rich, but for now I would quite like to get back to running an electronics company, but not for too long, because I really have enjoyed this, and I think there's great potential in the future for continuing this Tech Lancaster journey. So thank you.
Just quickly, summarise in a few words, Nicola, what is ElecTech? What impact can it have?
ElecTech is all the systems that underpin. It's really difficult. It's a really difficult concept to grasp, but it's the bits that make stuff work. So, you know, if you've got a mobile phone and it, you know, you see the nice shiny bits on the outside and you can play with it, but Electech is the actual things that make that phone work, that what make the computers work, what the gadgets and the electronics behind everything. And it's so widespread that it's quite difficult to define. But it's taking concepts and ideas and making them real.
Is there like a particular hub of Electech in Lancaster? Because it's interesting, as a city this size, you've got these 6 companies working together. Is there something happening here in Lancaster around that?
So, electronics companies tend to be small SME companies. We don't tend to be particularly big, and so we kind of fly under the radar quite a lot. Though we do make up about 6% of the UK GDP, so it is quite a big sector. But the Bay Area as a whole is quite an attractive area to locate as an electronics company, particularly in the South Lakes area and Lancaster. We find that we work together really well because we all have elements of electronics in what we do, but we all apply them in slightly different ways. So we've got a lot of companies that support the defence sector or the nuclear sector or the transition to net zero, and so we can collaboratively work together without treading on each other's toes, if that makes sense. And we're all slightly different in nature. Milliamp Technologies, who I work for, we're predominantly contractors. We design for other people, and we're predominantly designers, but there are others like Northern High Tech who are mainly manufacturers. And OTAC and Forsberg kind of have their own products. So we're all slightly different, but that's what makes us a great team, because we all bring different ideas and different styles to the collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Simpson. Steve Simpson now from the City Council's digital team. ICT.
Thanks, Dan, for the introduction. I'm Steve Simpson, Head of IT and Digital for Lancaster City Council and also Wyre Council, 2 neighbouring ones. One's that's incredibly urban, one that's incredibly rural. So there's contrasting viewpoints and things there. What I want to talk to you about today is the Lancaster City digital strategy. And up until 2019, the council had no view, no real expertise or strategy in where they wanted to get to. The first thing that we did was created a digital strategy to look at how we can develop the district in terms of connectivity, digital skills, innovation. But we actually put all that together and got it signed off by the council in October 2019. We launched it just pre-pandemic, February 2020, really well received throughout the districts and things, and then the pandemic hit, so we pulled back a little bit from there. But the whole strategy is built around a couple of complementary viewpoints. You've got on the one side, you've got what we've termed the 3 C's of connectivity, change and collaboration. On the opposing side, you've got technology, health, innovation, nature and knowledge. And for every C, there has to be a complementary letter from the THINK acronym. And what we've tried to do is develop the strategy and our objectives to make the district the smartest, the cleanest, the greenest it can possibly be. And we're addressing a lot of the council's objectives in terms of driving the climate emergency. What can we do in terms of delivering green services throughout the district? So some of the things we're looking at there aren't, we class them as not particularly sexy, but when you actually look at it in terms of smart bins and things like that, where it monitors how full an actual bin is. And then we plan our route around the district to empty these bins based on the knowledge that we're actually collecting from the bins. And we're actually now taking that to the next level and looking at what else we can do with IoT. So we've had discussions with Milliamp around what we can actually do in terms of proof of concept. And that kind of leads to a lot of other discussions around connectivity in terms of LoRaWAN. What can we do in terms of that? We know that full fibre, which is one of our aspirations, is the fundamental starting point for 99% of what we actually want to achieve. But we're also not stupid enough to forget that there are other complementary technologies and connectivities out there. So full fibre absolutely is one of the priorities. And we're going through the sign-off now in terms of rolling out the design for about 88, 89 kilometres of additional fibre throughout the district. And that is going to deliver connectivity to the boundaries of business parks, to council assets, to bizarrely car parks, but that allows us then to start to make car parks smart, and we can then start to look at EV charge points in there and a lot of other really good stuff within there. So connectivity, absolutely fundamental to what we want to do. And we joined a cooperative called CNI, Cooperative Network Infrastructure, and they open doors to public and private sector partners that want to either invest or gift their fibre assets into a collective, which makes rollout of fibre for us a hell of a lot cheaper and a lot quicker. So for us, it's going to be a 6-month build instead of a 3-year build, which is what it could potentially be. So there's massive benefits on that. Other areas that we've looked at around innovation, and innovation means a lot to a lot of different people. We've created a digital strategy board, and within there we've got key business owners, we've got elected members from the council, and we've actually got the business owners and the district now to really own that digital strategy board. So it's no longer seen as a board that Steve created, it's now seen as the digital board for the district. And we can share how you can become involved in that afterwards and things. But there are 3 main work streams as part of that. Connectivity, talked about that, we'll park that to one side. You've got innovation, and we've got digital inclusion, exclusion, whichever way you want to look at it. So I know Claire Louise Chapman will be talking around digital inclusion later on, and she's the work stream lead for that. So that for us is about removing the digital exclusion within the district. Pandemic's shown that there are masses of people digitally excluded, whether you're kids trying to homeschool, whether you're people that have recently been made redundant, whether you're people that have been furloughed and decide you want a change of career. And there's the older generation that want to know how to do online banking and things like that. So there's a whole raft of skills. So I'll let Claire Louise talk about that in more detail afterwards. In terms of innovation, that's one where we as an organisation, as the council, and it applies across the board, we don't know everything, and it might be a shock to people that the council doesn't know everything, but we don't. So innovation is there for the district to really innovate for us and show us what we want to, show us the future. And I think in terms of that, we're a long way along the journey in terms of getting the foundations in place, and it's just now where we actually want to take it in the future and things. So I think as a quick summary, that's where we are in terms of digital strategy. So over to questions, over to Dan. Anybody else? Questions?
Has anyone got any questions? Please feel free to come forward. Michael, do you want to come and ask the mic? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, because you said that the council doesn't know everything and doesn't know all the answers, which is obviously true for all of us. Yeah. So how much are you factoring in a two-way flow of information in terms of pulling this strategy together?
Okay, in terms of the two-way flow, that was one of the fundamental reasons for creating the digital strategy board. So we had experts from around the district, but we're also engaging a lot of other different partners. So we're doing work with the university to be led on research and things around the district, around the UK. But we're also looking for contributions from people in the district that really want to contribute. So we we've got these work streams, and we're getting work stream heads, and then they're then going to go out and speak to people and trying to garner opinion on, right, is this the right way of doing things or not? IoT is one example where we want to put a proper sensor ethics program in place, where we understand what's acceptable for people in the district, what's really acceptable for us to, as a district, not as a council, as a district to be looking at in terms of technology and things. So we're getting the foundations in place, and then we'll go out and speak to a lot more people.
So a quick supplementary question would be, what are your data input nodes from the community? I mean, how will the community actually be able to engage with this and find their way in?
In terms of that, we've got a digital strategy website, and on there's a contact us side of things, so people can share different viewpoints, request involvement, ask questions, and that side of things. We're looking at, ultimately, in the next couple of months, getting the digital strategy board so it meets here, and then we'll after that, we'll open it up and say for the next hour and a half afterwards, come along, speak to the members of the board, ask questions, and share your experiences and steer us down a particular route if you want us to go down that route.
Great. Round of applause for Steve.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks very much, Steve. Alex. Yeah, slight change to the order of play, if that's all right, but I'm going to ask Alex Dixon to come up next.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, thank you. My name's Alex Dixon, and I run a business called Morecambe Bay Tours. And what I'd like to tell you about is my journey all the way from Lancaster to Morecambe. And hopefully you'll find it kind of interesting. So, oops, wrong way. There we go. So, when I first left school, and I was kind of trying to decide what I wanted to do, and I wasn't really sure, I ended up taking a job. My first job was working at Boots the Chemist in the centre of Lancaster and selling computer games. And it inspired me to want to pursue a career in IT. And on the back of that, I was able to get to attend a free evening class through Lancashire Adult Education. And on the back of that, I got a place and then attained a degree in computer studies from Leeds Beckett University. And that was also free. So that was very beneficial to me. That enabled me to get a job with Hewlett Packard. And over the years, I did a number of roles. I started out as an IT consultant. I then became an enterprise software specialist. Then I worked as a technical trainer. And then I became a technical training manager. And eventually, I also started working for LinkedIn at their corporate headquarters as an IT project manager. This enabled me to move from Lancaster to Leeds, to Manchester, to Bracknell, to Dublin, and then to California, to Silicon Valley in San Jose, California, where I lived for 19 years. And strangely enough, that area is called the Bay Area too, and this is the Bay Area here too. While I was doing all these range of jobs, I also got to travel all over the world for work. So I've worked everywhere from Beijing to Moscow to Madrid to Melbourne to Bucharest to Amsterdam, Toronto, Boston, places I never dreamed I would have the opportunity to travel to. But when I decided to move back to Morecambe in 2019, what struck me most of all after travelling all over these places, all over the world, and being away for so long, was what an incredible and unique place Morecambe Bay is. And what I wanted to do then is tell everybody about it and help as many people as possible discover it, explore it, enjoy it, experience it, build wonderful memories exploring this wonderful place. And so that's why, in the middle of the pandemic, I decided to create a new business called Morecambe Bay Tours. And what I also want to mention is I've had some fantastic support here in Lancaster from a wonderful social enterprise organisation called the Growing Club. You'll be hearing from their wonderful leader a little bit later on. But they've been giving me fantastic support launching my own business. And it's also given me the opportunity to give back. So I've been delivering some social media workshops and doing some IT support. So for some of the members of the Growing Club. So I haven't completely moved away from my techie roots. I still get to dabble a little bit. So here's my invitation to you. Morecambe Bay Tours gives you all the opportunity, and your friends and family, to explore this spectacular natural landscape that's literally right on your doorstep. And hopefully I can inspire you today to come and take a look and take a look around. Sorry, let me just scroll my screen back. No, it's not going back. Oops. Thank you. So Morecambe Bay, just some facts and figures about Morecambe Bay. It's a unique ecosystem. It's the largest intertidal bay in the UK. And 240,000 birds come and visit every year. Some of them fly 18,000 miles from Africa to visit Morecambe, so it must be worth all that effort to get there. It's filled with the most incredible wildlife. Grey seals come and visit. We get the occasional dolphin that gets lost in the bay. And it's, as we've all learnt from the pandemic, getting out in nature and exploring has become so important. It also has a fantastic heritage. So people have been living and creating and innovating and building things in Morecambe Bay for thousands of years, in fact. We even have our own little stone circle over in Ulverston. It really is a truly unique and wonderful place. You can walk all the way around Morecambe Bay, all the way from Barrow right round to Fleetwood, or cycle 70 miles. And there's so much to do and so many places to visit and things to enjoy. And as I said, hopefully I've inspired you a little bit today to come and explore it with us. What I want to also mention is, despite the pandemic, even today, Morecambe is still a very warm, welcoming place. It's very forward-looking, it's very innovative, and we're very hopeful for the future. So hopefully, I invite you to come and book a tour with us, come and take a look around, learn about this fantastic place, and I can't wait to show you. Thank you very much. Anybody has any questions? I don't know if it's going to go to the end. There we go.
In the absence of an answer, I mean, this must be backdrop of the pandemic.
Yes.
Work-life balance.
Yes.
Now's the time to come to Morecambe, is it not?
It really is. Yeah. It's, as I said, it's there's so many unique opportunities at the moment, and it's really, we've got this wonderful community of people, very warm, very welcoming, very forward-looking. And sky's the limit really for what we can do. Yes, sorry, you had a question?
As the Eden project is coming up soon,
yeah.
How would your project be a part of the
I'm just saying,
go ahead.
The Eden project coming up, how's that going to interact with what you're doing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I've been talking with the Eden Project. So the opportunity is for me to work with them, to collaborate with them basically, because my tours focus on the history of Morecambe Town and the whole sort of area, and also the nature and wildlife. So there's lots of opportunities to collaborate with people coming to the Eden Project who then stay on and explore the area. I'm talking with them already. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up, Anthony from the Lincoln Square.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. My name's Anthony. I work for a software company called Malinko. We do scheduling software for district nurses. Now this is quite a techie talk, I guess. So I'll try and kind of broaden it out a little bit. So what we were doing at Malenko, we're using a software development methodology, Kanban. So Kanban is effectively just a board with different statuses. So the most simple way is like to do, doing, done. We've been doing that for many years, and we found what happened is we're thinking in a very short-term way. So we'd have lots of tickets, and there's like tasks to do. And as a result, we were thinking about just the thing that was in front of us, and we weren't thinking about the wider picture and the broader development that we're doing with the software. So what we did is we tried to find another tool, another way of doing it, and we kind of mixed up processes and tools. So Jira is a very well-known tool for software development. It's used for NASA use it, for instance. And it's very complicated, very complex tool, but it's a very powerful tool. It's slow, it's not necessarily intuitive or easy to use, but it does allow you to do many things. We found that we started looking around for other tools because the engineers who were using it didn't like to use it. So, and we came across Basecamp, which is a very simple, lightweight tool. It's very easy to use, but it's also very flexible. It has lots and lots of different options. And also, Basecamp had their own methodology, which was called ShapeUp. And now ShapeUp is a way of thinking about software development, which takes big pieces and you scope them out in a little bit more detail. And so we had a look at the ShapeUp methodology, and we tried to apply it to what we were doing. And there's a system where all the teams come up with their own ideas, they shape those ideas, they put them forward to be worked on in the next cycle. Now, this means you've got a lot of energy and lots of effort in writing these pieces of work, but it does mean that you've got lots of people involved in that, and you're thinking lots of different elements of that piece of work, whether it's kind of the support team or the engineers or people who are dealing with your customers. But what we found is that ShapeUp for us is very expensive. So everybody's busily coming up with these different ideas, spending lots of time and energy and effort working on them. And then when we put them forward, it's like, okay, we're not going to do that because it doesn't fit in with these other things that we're thinking of. And so there's a lot of energy and effort wasted. We found that actually, due to pressures with our customers, we didn't necessarily have a huge amount of choice about what we need to work on. So we also found that it didn't take into account things like clinical considerations, because we work with district nurses, we work closely with the NHS. We have to think in terms of clinical safety. And so we went away and adapted the ShapeUp process to meet our needs as a small business with the pressures we've got, and actually reduce down the scope for people to come up with all these different ideas. But we kept some of the elements that we liked, which is kind of getting different parts of the company involved in shaping these ideas, and the cycle. So it's an 8-week cycle, thinking about these ideas in the whole. But what we also found is that Basecamp wasn't the right tool. So whilst the ShapeUp process was great, the tool that from the people who came up with that process wasn't right for us. But what we could do is we could take the process and keep the original tool we're using, which is Jira, and basically use it in that way. What we found is that with Jira, there's a lot more traceability. It means you can audit things properly. So we have a clinical safety officer who needs to be able to kind of look at the work we're doing, needs to be able to kind of interact with those pieces of work. And Jira allows us to do that in the way that Basecamp really doesn't. And so, I mean, this is supposed to be a lightning talk. I've tried to cover it quite quickly. There's loads of stuff I've not really covered in this, in terms of like what these pictures look like, what that process looks like, how we deal with, we'll call it BAU here, business as usual. So this is the bugs and things that could come up on a day-to-day basis. And then there's also the internal discussion about how we came to those processes, how we made those decisions, And so I'm happy to speak to people on a one-to-one basis about this, or take questions now.
Anthony, thanks for a great talk. Malinko, just tell her, because it's scheduling software for health services. Just explain a little bit, give us a bit of context around.
Sure, yeah. So we work with district nursing teams across the country. So prior to us entering this market, we were working with domiciliary care companies and scheduling carers from going from house to house. What we found is, through having conversations with NHS trusts, district nurses had a similar kind of problem, but they were doing this in paper diaries, on spreadsheets, and there was very little kind of visibility, very little. There were no tools in place to help people make that more efficient. So we entered that market, and now we work with probably about 15, 16 trusts across the country now. And the business has pivoted from working with these small SME dom care agencies to working with NHS trusts and helping them solve their problems.
That's incredible, because working with NHS, as anyone knows, tried to, is a challenge in itself. So doing that, just give us some context, because what you've just described there, that is some challenge. What you've just described there, how many people are we talking about kind of using that product, those methodologies that you're describing?
So Jira as a tool is very, very widely used, and it's, as I said, NASA use it, for instance. Basecamp tends to be used by lots of SMEs.
In your team, how many people are we talking about using this?
Involved in
that process, yeah.
So I guess there's 30 people in the company now, and in terms of scoping out work and scoping out pitches, it could be anybody within the company could be involved in one of those. So the way the process works is the ideas can bubble up from anywhere within the company. So somebody in the support team might have a conversation with a customer and hit a particular problem, and they will go, well, let's come up with this idea. Let's see how we can solve it. But then you would need an engineer to be involved in that, somebody within the product team to be involved in that, maybe somebody within the implementation team. So they're cross-functional teams that kind of scope the ideas down. So they can, the product team are the ones who drive it forward.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's great. Has anybody else got any questions? Cool. We're going to have, thanks very much, Anthony. Can I have a quick round of applause, please? We're going to have a quick couple of minutes now, just to anyone who wants a comfort break, get a quick drink, and then we'll kick back off in a few minutes' time. Okay.
Aye, it's a teleport. Oh wow! What's going on?
Three, two, one. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, next up we are introducing Rachel Lee from Teleport. Rachel, over to you.
Thanks, Dan. Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel, and I'm the co-founder of Teleport. And we are a virtual reality company that develops immersive and highly engaging travel apps. Ooh. So that's a picture of me in Scotland last year when we went there to film for our upcoming app, Teleport Scotland. And we basically wanted to build something that allows people to travel without limits. So with VR technology, we can bring Scotland to you wherever you are in the world. So before I actually dive into our story, I just wanted to give you an overview of the VR market. So it's estimated to be worth $571 billion by 2025 with a compound annual growth rate of 63.3%. And this is, of course, accelerated by the pandemic. As we all know, people have been finding different ways to escape their realities without actually leaving their house. And also, by 2025, an estimated 34 million headsets would have been sold worldwide. In the next slide, I'll be showing you a very short reaction video from when we did our pilot with Visit Scotland. So we filmed the Kingdom of Fife, which was the coastline between St Andrews and Edinburgh. And we did a pilot for about a month in North London, Islington.
It's a teleport. Aye, we actually teleported, Mum. Oh yeah. Oh, Oh wow! Wow, I'm going up to see! Whoa, this is so cool! Whoa! It's so awesome! Whoa! My God!
Very short reaction video of people who came in and tried the experience. So before COVID, we had a different focus. We wanted to address the issue of over-tourism in larger cities such as London. From research, we know that a lot of inbound tourists actually just stay in London and they don't really venture out to the different areas of the UK. So the idea was to feature all these other rural, smaller destinations such as Morecambe, Heysham, put them into the VR headset, make it into like a very interactive experience, and put this headset somewhere highly accessible for all these tourists. So what we did was we took over a British-made phone box, we refurbished it, we gave it a new lick of paint, we took out the phone function, and we put in a VR headset. And this one was done in Upper Street in Islington, and it's a busier street over there. So we had about 10 minutes engagement time for the contents per person, which in advertising terms is a very, very long time. And on a good day, we have about 100 visitors come in and be teleported to Scotland. So what do we learn from this experience? There's nothing there. But what we learned was basically our contents were intuitive enough so that people could walk along the street, oh, cool phone box, go in, put on the headset, and be teleported instantaneously. We didn't have like a manual or heavy instructions. It was just small prompts within the app itself. Secondly, we found that it was accessible for all types of people, all ages. So we had school children up to elderly people come in and put on the headset and have a great time. And thirdly, that it was highly emotive. It could elicit amazing responses from excitement, as you saw just now, to nostalgia. And also finally, we had returning users coming back, bringing their friends and family or coming back themselves to see if actually we've updated our contents or not. So then the pandemic happened, so we had to shift our focus. So right now we're developing highly immersive and interactive travel apps that are countrywide. So this is a snapshot of the Oculus Store, which is essentially the store for the headsets. So each headset has its own operating system. It kind of works like a phone. So on the headset, it has its own app store, just like how an Apple phone has an app store or your Android phone has a Play Store. You'll be able to download apps into the device and experience games. There's YouTube VR as well, so that you can travel as well. So with Teleport, we want to be the pioneering company that develops countrywide apps. So our first app is of Scotland, as I mentioned, and we have a demo now, and the full paid version is expected to come out this month. So how are we unique from these other 15 other travel apps currently in the App Store? So we film our content in stereoscopic 360 videos and also binaural audio, which means that it's filmed in 3D, so there's a depth perception. You could see things poking out at you. And also binaural audio, which means that you can tell the direction from which the sound is coming from. For example, if you're sat at a train station and a train goes past, you can follow the direction of the sound with your ears. And finally, of course, countrywide contents. Our Scotland app will include 40 different locations, North Coast 500, Isle of Skye, and major cities like Glasgow, Edinburgh as well. In the next slide, I'll be showing you a short trailer that we made to launch our Scotland app. So that is a very short snapshot of what you can expect to see in the app. We have plans to build one for England. So if anyone has any contacts with local tourist boards, please send them my way so that we can explore and see how we can support each other. Thank you very much for your time.
I think we're going to have questions, but I'm really sorry. We need to move on. Has anybody got any quick questions? Well, I'm going to move us on. But this is happening in Lancaster. This is fantastic, isn't it? Incredible. Once again, Jane, next up, Jane Dalton. I don't remember if someone's press rewind.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. You've seen the whole thing now. I'm going to sit down. Thanks very much, Dan. I'm Jane. Really great to be part of Array Festival and to share a little bit about what we've been doing for the past year during COVID. We didn't have anything else to do. So in May 2020, Marlu Cornelissen and I set up Global Parlay, a market research agency focused on putting global change makers at the heart of the business model. So what we do is deliver cutting-edge insight into all aspects of sustainable development, aligned with the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. I think we'd obviously seen too much Pirates of the Caribbean during lockdown, so hence Parlay, which is a nod to the pirate terms, I'm sure you're all aware, of trying to find common ground so that both parties might have different agendas, but they can come together in a safe space to share ideas and to find a way forward. Okay, so who are we, first of all? So to give you a bit of background, so Marlu Cornelissen has always worked in the social value sector, heading up organisations like QS World Merit, who are an organisation that incentivise young change makers to set up projects in their own communities. And my background has always been in the commercial sphere, supporting companies who are trying to develop new products and services. And since summer last year, we've been joined by a number of community organisations, but also thanks to one of those, We Make Change, we've also been able to grow our very talented team who are working across the UK. And with the help of organisations like Lancaster University, we've also got people on board like Perry, who's helping us build trade links in countries in Africa, Uganda and South Africa specifically. So what is it we do? Well, to give you an example of the kinds of projects we work on, we're the research partner for Period Reality. So this is a global movement which explores the knowledge and the experience people have around women's reproductive health. It's very new as well, started during the lockdown. And what they're trying to do is explore this territory, and it's very much one of those suggestions that got put forward, well, let's find out what people know across different markets. So the survey that we ran for them last summer, within 5 days, we'd got 500 responses across 50 different countries. I think we're now up to about 85 countries that we've got response from. And the purpose of that is obviously to start the debate, start a conversation. The topics that we're raising within this are obviously extremely, we've got lots of different audiences who are engaging with this kind of content. So why do we think it's a good idea to be doing this? I'll read through this in a minute, but basically what we're trying to do is build a much more effective bridge between the social value sector and the commercial sector, because we think that's a bit broken at the moment, and that both are perhaps speaking different languages. So for global change makers, people who are developing projects in their own backyards, we want to give them much better access to revenue funding and to support so they can just get on with doing what they do, and we just add a little bit more oomph and a bit more energy to what they're doing so they can go further and have more impact. For businesses, what we want to do is make it much easier for the willing, it is a coalition of the willing this, to spot good growth opportunities. Those ethical, that green growth opportunities that we've heard a lot about since COVID, We want to make that easier to explore. Okay, so the words that are on the board, it's difficult to go through them all, but it's actually an extract from Mark Carney's book, who's a global economist, ex-governor of the Bank of England, and the book is called Values. And this particular excerpt talks about a visit to the Vatican, as you do, General Friday, and a sort of an event that was held by Pope Francis, who put forward a parable to this very illustrious assembled group, and set them almost a challenge that we're hoping that we can contribute towards and do our very own small part of that, which is, talking about the concept of wine as part of a meal, that wine has many components to it. It has flavour, it has an aroma, and it also contains alcohol. And comparing this with grappa as what's much more as a distillation of pure alcohol, much more of a one-dimensional aspect to what grapes can give us. Comparing this with humanity, we talks about the fact that humanity can be lots of different things, but that the market economy is only one aspect of what humanity can do. And in the terms that he talks about, it's been distilled, but what it needs to happen now is for that to be turned back towards humanity. And we're very passionate about that. We want to see more and more companies embracing what it means to be human and to be much more focused on what's going on with sustainable development. So that's why we're in this. To give you a little bit of understanding of what we've managed to do over the past year, so we're very much in the early stages still, but we've already contributed £11,500 in terms of revenue and support services to a range of social value projects who've been involved with us and taken part in our research. So we tried to make that process as simple as possible. And what that means is for people like Sunil, who's running a project in India to educate people, youngsters coming up through and improve the quality of education in his local community, what he said was for each £100 that he gets from contributing to something we're running, that's another 1,000 students that he can get to. So in our view, the knowledge and experience of global change makers has been gravely undervalued, back to Mark Carney's point about what we value. And we feel this is our opportunity to turn that around. Thanks very much for listening.
Jane, incredible. Thank you so much. And again, happening across the world, spanning across the world, all happening from here in Lancaster. So incredible. Claire Louise Chapman, can I invite you up? And guys, we're going to be here at the end, and please, if you've got questions, we're going to move on quickly now, but there's plenty of time at the end. We'll all get together, and you can please do talk to each other and ask questions and mingle, what have you. Claire.
Right, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Claire Louise Chapman, and I'm here to talk about the Laptops for Kids project. I don't have a presentation, I have a small piece of paper. How terribly undigital. It is a miracle they've let me through the door. So anyway, in the work capacity, I'm a social value consultant. That essentially means I work with businesses to help them set into place operational processes that benefit people and places. It's a lot less fluffy than it sounds. Anyway, on a voluntary basis, me and a group of other fantastic people, including Dan, got together earlier this year, and we developed a project called Laptops for Kids. So why did we do it? What is it? It's asking people to donate devices, laptops and tablets for which they had no more use. And what we did is we worked with a great company called ICT Reverse, who gifted their time to professionally wipe the data from those devices, and then we passed them on to schools and families that needed the support. The why we did it is because as of January this year, the schools started teaching national curriculum again while children were still at home. So if at that point you did not have access to online learning, you were being significantly disadvantaged. And we already have massive massive gaps in our society between the haves and have-nots, and this project really aimed to try and just do something about it from a really practical perspective. So what we did, it was a real partnership. So there's an amazing organisation called Lancaster and Morecambe Makerspace, and what they did is that they took individual donations of kit, they wiped them and got them back out to schools. I kind of coordinated the process, and the bit that I was more involved with was really looking to talk to businesses to say, come on guys, you've got kit out there, get it to us, think about how you're disposing your assets. There's fantastic opportunities around the circular economy agenda, which we were talking about a day or so ago. Get them to us. We get it professionally wiped, so you don't have to worry about data. I use the example of Sellafield. The nuclear power station is doing this. If a nuclear power station can do this, anybody can do this. And basically, so we got everything in, and we went to the schools. So I was talking to the schools and saying to the schools, what do you need? We were massively worried about operating systems. Seriously, for the last few months, I have just breathed this project, and I am not a digital person, so my learning curve was ridiculous. Like, I didn't even know what an operating system was in January. And I'm actually, well, no, I still don't really know what an operating system is, to be honest. But anyway, we got over that. The schools, we found, had enough IT support in-house. We couldn't buy operating systems because Windows, as a commercial organisation, would cost us about 120 quid a piece, but the schools can access them really cheap. But then if the schools, as little primary school actually got the IT capability to get the operating system on, because I'm really conscious that, the last thing a school needs is for us to do half a job, because you're actually just creating a school even more work. So we really tried to think about the process, as a project life cycle, beginning to end. We really need to be giving the beneficiaries something that's workable. And then I got donated a load of PCs, which was slightly outside of project scope, because we've been told the schools wanted laptops and devices because a lot of families don't have the room to put a PC. So I can't remember how many PCs now. Anyway, quite a few. I think it was about 12 in the end. So I thought, well, let's get those out to charities, because the one thing I do know about charities is that they have to beg, borrow and steal pretty much anything they need. So for a charity, the opportunity to have access to PCs for their offices. So charities really struggle to find the money for their running costs, because people love to fund projects, but it's a lot less sexy to fund like the rent or the water bill. So it's it's kind of understanding what we need in society, and what charities and social purpose organisations are so important, because they're the people that support the most disadvantaged and vulnerable people in our society. So I kind of just think we've got a lovely system here, and if we just all work together, and we can make it all link up. And it's been a fantastic project, and we've got hundreds, I can't remember, I should be able to tell you the figures, but we've got literally hundreds of laptops and tablets and PCs out to schools and families and refugee charities and mental health charities, and cancer care got some, and it's, I've got Kurdish family waiting on a laptop at the minute. And what happened is we ran the project between January and March, and then it was supposed to finish because it's all voluntary, and I have a real job sometimes. But kind of people just kept ringing. So I've still got laptops coming in, and I think the main thing that I need to say at this point is, if you're sitting there and you have a laptop or a tablet, or even a PC for that matter, please can you get in touch with me, because I would really like it, because digital disadvantage hasn't gone away just because kids have gone back to school, and I've still got schools and I've still got charities that desperately need this kit. And my other ask is, if you're sitting there thinking, oh, that sounds quite interesting, will you also please get in touch, because what I'm trying to do is build a community of people who actually care about this and are interested in this and would like to work together to try and make a difference for the district. And the more brains, the better. And I'd really like to hear from you. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Claire Louise was a driving force in that wonderful project. So well done. Thank you, Claire Louise. From one driving force to another, Jane Binion.
So what do I do? I do that, do I?
Yeah, if you just...
Do that, just like that. One. Okay. Hello, I'm Jane Binion. I'm the founder and MD of the Growing Club, which is just over there in Alston House. And we grow women. But I didn't grow this woman. This is my mum. My mum left school at 14 to go and work in a factory. Her big dream was to be a hairdresser, but that wasn't an option for a girl that had to support the family household. And also, with my mum leaving school at 14, she thought that meant she was thick, which is a myth that is spread widely, by the way. But the reason I'm showing you my mum is because 50 years ago, half a century ago, I stood in the co-op with my mum in Warsaw, where we're from. And she got to check out and she hadn't got enough money to pay for her groceries. Now, that wasn't the first time, but I'd reached the age where I felt her humiliation. And the worst thing about that story is that it still happens today. It hasn't gone away. I was lucky enough to benefit from social mobility, innovations, if you will. So I got to go to university and with a full grant. Sorry about that, young students. But one of the issues that I'm finding all the time is women, just like me, working class women with a degree, with education, still find themselves in poverty at some point, because it isn't just about education. There are lots of other things going on. So in 2009, I found myself as a single mom living on benefits after a shoulder injury. We were living on £80 a week. Because of my injury, my options were low paid work, that was it. And so I started a small business in 2010 from my home. And that took me on this journey of starting the Growing Club, which and we are inspired by Sustainable Development Goal 8.3, which is decent work. Now, you all know about the gender pay gap, but do you know that actually the biggest gap is between highest paid women and lowest paid women? Because around gender equality, we've been looking at the glass ceiling. That's where our attention has been. We forgot to look at the women on lowest pay. During lockdown, we did really well. We got our work online within a week. We worked with 400 women, and we created paid work for 40 women. We also set up our first e-learning course, and our startup course is being launched in June. But with all innovation, there are people left behind. And unfortunately, it's often the same people that get left behind. We work really hard to be inclusive and adapt our work. But at the end of the day, if you don't have Wi-Fi, if you run out of data, or if there's only one device in your home that you have to share with other members of the household, self-development will fall off women's agenda every time. We're a holistic organisation because also we understand that poverty impacts women in many different ways, including health. So over 50% of the women we work with have long-term health conditions. We know that women carry the biggest burden of poverty. We know that globally, and we know that the pandemic impacted women much harder. And also we know that it set gender equality back a number of decades. And it all feels really overwhelming right now. But I really like the starfish story. And for that, we made a difference to those women. And that woman. And that one. And those. Our development over the next 18 months is to get the Women's Centre up and running, so that the women left behind have a safe place to learn and pursue their dreams. Because when we leave women in poverty, we're harming everyone. When people aren't allowed to use their skills, we're harming all of us. And if you think it seems really hard to, almost impossible, to address systemic inequalities, I've got a little story to tell you. So back in 2014, the government backed a plan to increase women's representation on FTSE 100 boards by 25% in 4 years. A massive task with a lot of resistance. But not only did they do it, they did it in 3 years. So I think if we can do that, we can also turn our attention to addressing the situation for lowest paid women, right? Because we can't claim gender equality while we leave so many women trapped in poverty. And if we remember that when we do this, when we invest in women, it's communities, our communities, and future generations that benefit. That's me done.
Thank you so much, Jane. And I think we all remember that this is a city that shouldn't and won't leave anyone behind. So thank you. Subash, can you come to the stage, please? Thank you so much. Give Subash a round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Hi. So I'm Subash Chatterjee, and I'm the Managing Director at 1SC Media, which is a digital media agency that primarily operates within the Northwest. And I'm also a sixth form student at Lancaster Royal Grammar School, which is just up the road from here. So I'm 17 at the moment, and I started my business last year in lockdown, once we got told our GCSEs were cancelled. So I did what any natural 16-year-old at the time would do and start a business. So back then, obviously that wasn't actually what I did, but I got very bored. So we just got told our GCSEs were cancelled, and our Leavers Day was just the day after we got told they would be cancelled. So straight into lockdown. So I started tinkering with different things, and I was like, right, what do I actually enjoy doing? So our teachers told us we could revise for A-level, we should possibly look into what we might be doing later, but no one's ever going to do that. So I thought, what do I actually enjoy doing? And it was designing. So I decided that I wanted to start doing web design. So originally it just started from friends of friends and that sort of thing. And then once they started telling more people, it started growing from there. So I registered as a sole trader once I reached over £1,000. I had no clue about tax at that point in time. Now I'm currently still scared of HMRC. That's not changed. But back then, I decided that I wanted to do something different. So from there, it started just being referrals. Every single client we had was just from someone else telling someone else. There was never anything different. And then at the end of August, going into September, I was like, right, this is getting serious now. Need to start hiring staff. So at that point, we started hiring different staff and then just went from web design originally and branched out into a few different specialties. So at the moment, our primary contribution is web design, but we also do social media management, SEO, and that sort of thing. So I registered the business as a limited company in December, and it really grew from there. So I started hiring staff at the end of August, September, but in December, it really started getting serious. And then just recently, I got my letter from HMRC. Oh, time to fill in your self-assessment tax return. Fiat. So then it starts putting it into a bit of context that this is something that people need to deal with. As a business owner, it's something that's always there in the back of your mind. but it's not something that you think about first. But you always know you're going to need to do it at some point. But it seems to be that there's always challenges from being leaving school in sixth form and going straight into a business, because it's very rare that people do that. People tend to go on to doing a degree or then go into business, or maybe work for somewhere else and then go into business. It doesn't usually seem to be everyone's first port of call. But personally, from my experience, I enjoy it. So if you look at some figures, the digital media industry in the UK is worth over £70 billion this year. And less than 64% of businesses in the UK have a website. And over 70% of people look for a business's website before they actually buy anything from them. So we do see a discrepancy here. So my main aim as a business owner is to try and get more people online. And that's the idea behind it. It's to actually help other businesses grow like I did, and also let them have like a bright future, because they were moving into a more digital age. So just from lockdown, we can see that more and more people are using things such as Microsoft Teams, Skype, Zoom, different interfaces that let you connect with other people. We're moving more meetings online. We're also going to interact with people differently. So now, even in here, you can see that we're all socially distanced. So we're interacting with people in a completely different way. So the idea is that we need to adapt for this change in the future. So at the moment, one of my other aims that I saw, so with school, we're doing a Young Enterprise competition too. And one of the things that we saw is that there's a huge UK STEM skills gap. Over 80% of businesses find it difficult to find staff that fulfill their needs. And this has cost the UK over £1.5 billion every year in just recruiting costs. So we can see there's a huge discrepancy here. So on top of just trying to make money as a business, because obviously you have to look at your overheads, you have to look at your profits, and that at the end of the day, if you're not making profit, you're not going to be able to run very long. But one of the things that you also want to make sure is that you are actually helping your staff like develop their skills. You want to make sure that they're employable in the future. And another thing that we see is that, like was said before by someone else, you can see that a lot of charities are being left behind, because there's a lot at this moment, there's a lot of support for businesses, but not enough for charities. Charities that are trying to make an impact to the world. So one of the things that we started doing recently, we started doing charity projects. So mainly web design, because like I said before, they do look at, charities are being helped. So people are donating, but that's to do the work. So if it's water aid, they're being donated to give people water. But no one's actually looking at what it takes to run the charity. So if you, like we said before, properties, rentals, even websites and things, they are expensive. And if it's a startup charity, to be able to actually have an impact, they need some form of presence. Otherwise, how will people ever know about them? So one of the things that we started doing recently is working with more and more charities to have a bigger impact. So we've now completed over £20,000 of charity projects completely for free. And at the moment, we're working with Lancaster Slavery Family Trees Project to sort of build more awareness about Lancaster's history within the slave trade and different things like that. So things that people should know about but don't yet. We want to let them have an impact. So if you don't take anything from this, if any of you ever want to help out with anything like that, please do get in touch and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, that's all for me. Thanks.
Seven, 17 and scared of HMRC. Nearly 40, mate, and scared of HMRC still. What a guy. Subhash. We're going to have another 2-minute break now. Quick 2 minutes, and then we'll be back on for the final speeches. I know. Brilliant. Thanks. Welcome back for the final session. The final session of Lighting Talks, and then the final wrap up of Array Festival 2021. So I'm going to now pass over Michael Hallam.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say a little bit about the plastic bottle top project. I really like this project, not least because it allows me to come up with some really, really awful puns. So I might sprinkle a few of those into this presentation. So for anybody who spots them all, there'll be a top prize. So since August, I've started collecting these things. And it's hats off to the first Array Festival, actually, because last year, Martin Paley from Precious Plastic Lancaster did a tour of his plastic manufacturing micro workshop. And he said, oh, plastic bottle tops are a really good thing, a really good feedstock for us. So I got in contact with him and I said, I'll start collecting them for you. And it's kind of grown like Topsy. So that didn't work that way. Okay, there we go. So starting with what is it? What's magic about the humble bottle top? Well, for a start, if you collect enough of them, you can make real things out of them, like this amazing, super sturdy plant pot, which is made from Lancaster Citizens' very own milk bottle tops. Okay. So the way it works is quite simple, and that is kind of like what makes this project makes me really excited about this, because it's a very simple thing to explain to people. You just collect plastic bottle tops, take them along to a drop-off point, and at the moment there are 4 with these amazing local independent retailers. If you don't recognise them, we've got the Assembly Rooms, Beachbird on Morecambe Prom, Northern Yarn in just off China Street, King Street, and Single Step. And there are more others popping up. So you take it there, they've got drop-off caddies, they find their way to me, I go and collect them, and then I sort them. I reverse entropy by taking this random jumper, not sure, oh, there we go. Okay, Dan, I need your help because this has just kind of gone all over the place. And I've broken the screen. Oh, I've seriously broken the screen. All right, and then if I do that, I've broken it again. Oh, as it's happening up there. Well, I'm just going to keep talking. Oh, there we go. So, let's just row back a bit. So the Plastic Bottle Top Project's actually a collaboration between the Ethical Small Traders Association, Precious Plastic Lancaster, and my own consultancy, the Small Green Consultancy. Look at that, it's fantastic. So basically we are reversing entropy. So we're taking this mix of plastic bottle tops, which have all been cleaned, turning it into new feedstock and creating new things with them. And I'm just going to do that for that. Yeah, there we go. So it's a very simple circular process. However, when people ask me what the Ethical Small Traders Association, for example, I say, well, it's this vast ecosystem of local businesses that are all collaborating, working together in various sectors. There's all this kind of stuff. Actually, we need to sort of book a half day so I can give you a seminar on how it all hangs together. And it's like, okay, right. But if I say, explain the Plastic Bottle Top Project, it's really easy and it's really tangible, because it's just you collect your bottle tops, you take them to an independent retailer, they get sorted, they get precious plastic turns them into new stuff, and we create a nice circular economy of local plastic, and that's plastic that's not going into the sea to kill it. Simple. However, when it starts to operate, really interesting things happen, because this is all about this is the start of creating a local circular economy of stuff. And the idea here is that we reach a point where we're basically getting the community to collect raw materials to order, as feedstock for local marine manufacturing businesses. And so this is a start. Oh, I didn't want that to go away, but thank you. So if I just come over here, the way this works is, and I'm not a programmer, but I've adopted certain programming principles. One is noughts and zeros. So this whole system is based on noughts and zeros. So a nought is something that does something. It's a little functional unit, and a one, noughts and zeros, noughts and ones, isn't it? That's why I'm not a programmer. And the one is the connection between them. So it's a journey you take to transform what happens at a functional point to get to another functional point. So functional point 1 is the community. Functional point 2 is the bottle top, collect those. 3, the caddy, take them to the caddy. 4, they're all getting sorted. 5, you go to precious plastic. 6, they get turned into plant pots. However, there are add-ons. Each one of these nodes is a potential spur for other things to happen in the connected local economy of stuff. So there's a spur here because it's increasing footfall and the profile of some of the local independents that desperately need support because they do and they're brilliant. Another spur is it's creating, there's a Facebook group currently with about 350 people, all of whom seem to be collecting bottle tops. So it's actually creating a community of people who don't think this is an incredibly nerdy thing to do. Well, maybe it is, but who cares? You know, and that's, there are spurs off that, which one of the spurs is I sort of encourage people to tell me how many they collected each month, and I put up a picture to show my collection, and then other people start. So now everybody does a picture and they arrange them, and now they're turning into fishers and steam engines and all kinds of things. People are using them to create art and posting all that. So all those kind of things. Another thing about this is it's about total transparency of the system. So it's creating a lot of data. So all the data is fed back throughout the system. So one piece of data is I have a colour chart of 18 different colours that the tops get separated into. And what that does for precious plastic, it provides a unique feedstock. Because have you ever wondered why most things that are made out of recycled plastic are either brown, grey or black? And that's because, it's a very expensive process. It's the colour sort. And when you mix them together, those are the colours you end up with. So by colour sorting, they're getting 18 different unique colour streams, which allows them to create products which are quite exciting and innovative. It gives them a USP. So that's another little spur. That's 2 spurs off there. Another spur is connecting with the local business community, because I probably haven't put this slide in, but we've created, went to the local business community and said, we need some sponsorship for this project. So how about when we get to the point of we've got 25,000 bottle tops, you donate £250 to the project, and that will be good for your CSR. That'll be money that you're actually practically investing in the local circular economy, the local community economy, and you'll be able to sort of shout about that. But then I took it a stage further, because Esther, all 3 of those organisations are very, very keen on supporting the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, and we've heard several businesses that's here doing that as well, and organisations. However, S is a community interest company. It's not a charity, and we don't want to be a charity because we want the money has to be generated within the local community. If we had a local community if we had a local business community that collectively had a turnover of £2 billion, and they bought 50% of their supplies from other businesses in the local community, then we would have a turnover of 2 billion. If they spent 66% with local suppliers, that turnover would go up to 3 billion. So we don't actually have a liquidity problem because basically we don't understand what money is and how it works. It's the processes of connection that generate wealth. So now what we're doing is Esther's created its own unique set of badges, sustainability badges, which it's basically selling to businesses at £50 each. And that money is then invested into the local economy, the local circular economy. Half of that money is actually going to go on the addressing the causes of local poverty side of the equation, and half is going to go on the economy of stuff. And on the local poverty side, that money is going to be passed on, and we're going to keep track of it, and we're going to give feedback to everybody about how it's doing. That's about 5 minutes, probably about 10, 15 minutes. I've totally lost track of time. I'm done.
Thanks, Michael. I mean, for those who've been keeping an eye, that's an incredible project. And to just go from something that was an idea and a concept to all that work, but actually what that means and changing behaviours of people has just been incredible. So congratulations, Michael. Nathan, please.
Okay, hello, my name's Nathan. I'm the Managing Director of the Speaker Media Limited, and as you can probably guess from the screen, I'm going to be talking to you about politics. Now, not the most interesting topic, but it is important. And politics impacts all of us, and I think the last year has demonstrated that quite well. We've lived under national lockdowns, local lockdowns, through tiers of restrictions, and quite literal tiers, as we've been separated from friends, family, loved ones. So however you look at it, politics has an important role in all our lives, and even before the pandemic that was the case, whether it's the aftermath of Brexit, the climate emergency, lots of different things related to politics. And even on a daily basis, the decisions that people in politics make are really important for how we live our lives. Whether it's things like investment into economic development, transport connectivity, education, equality, there's loads of different debates. The fact that we're standing in this building today there will have been debates and talks in politics. The fact that I'm standing here talking to you at 4:01 p.m. is even political in itself. Lots of places don't have daylight saving time. So politics is really important, and we live in a democracy where people can have their say on things. So it's really important that people feel able to do that. But there's a problem with this. Politics can quite easily become very confusing. If I said to most people on the street, what does it mean when Parliament's been prorogued, or what does the European Union actually do, despite the fact we've had referendum on it, a lot of people wouldn't actually know. What voting system do we have? It's really complicated politics. And sort of jargonated reporting, biased coverage, they don't help either. So back in 2018, myself and a group of fellow students looked at this and said, there's not really anything out there that makes politics and political news sort of accessible and understandable to the wider public, but particularly young people. Young people are the leaders of the next generation, and as we've sort of seen today over this week and in sort of recent events, especially linked to the climate emergency, young leaders today are having a massive role in politics as well. So on March the 1st, 2018, the Speaker launched at speakerpolitics.co.uk, and our sort of aim around that, the core aims were to deliver political news in an understandable, impartial way, let people understand politics. And we launched with some news-based content, some opinion-based content, And within sort of a few months, it became quite clear sort of the desire and the need for the type of coverage we were providing. Back in 2018, it was sort of the times of Brexit, and politics was sort of a constant pantomime. If people remember the House of Commons on a Wednesday lunchtime for Prime Minister's questions, it seemed much more like a theatre than sort of a political chamber at points. But really important decisions were still being made, and the media has a really important role to sort of educate people about politics and what's actually going on. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that journalists and other people in the media like myself always know what's going on, because that's not the case. And quite often the politicians don't seem to know either. But we have to try and let people understand so they can form their own viewpoint around politics. And I think what has been really important for the speaker is the fact that we're impartial. We're not pushing our own agenda. We're letting people make up their own mind. So since launching in 2018, the speaker's just grown from strength to strength. And now we're the Speaker Media Limited. So we cover lots more topics. We've got an expanding team. And over the last year, with the coronavirus pandemic, as you can imagine, it's been quite busy. The sort of a lot of people before the pandemic didn't really care too much for politics, perhaps weren't that interested. And then back in sort of March, April of last year, the sort of daily Downing Street news conferences became almost like a family tradition for a lot of families to go downstairs and watch them and hope for some good news and try and find out what was going on. And the media has had an important role to try and tell people why they've all been locked inside. And the speaker's really grown throughout the last year with that. We've played roles in educating young people, our young audiences, but also the wider public about how politics is working, how it's impacting them, and how the decisions are being made, trying to distinguish the science and the politics, and helping people get a grasp of what's going on. Myself, I've been involved in countless press conferences with ministers over the last year, questioning them and getting answers, whether it be on mental health restrictions. There's lots of really important topics that the media can help people understand. And we've also had really interesting conversations with scientists as well. Just before Christmas, I got woken up and invited to speak to scientists about new variants of COVID. And I didn't study science any longer than I had to. So it was a little bit of a challenge when I had lots of microbiologists trying to tell me about the structure of coronaviruses, but we managed to get coverage out to the public and help people understand why their Christmas had unfortunately been cancelled. And as we sort of move forward now, coming out of the pandemic, although we're coming out of restrictions here around the world, the pandemic is obviously still having a really devastating effect. And there's lots of things in politics, both related to health restrictions and also looking at the recovery, how we actually recover from the pandemic. There's lots of different debates for us to look at, lots of different questions to ask. whether it's on, do we actually work in an office anymore? Do we work from home? How do we try and sort of recover from all the lost learning time in schools? So what I'm really passionate about and what the speaker is driving, our mission is to inspire the next generation in politics. And from that, we want to get to a point where young people and eventually the wider public are able to understand politics, have their say, much more political education in the UK and around the world. And through our new education services, the speaker's doing that through working with schools, educational charities, rolling out resources, training, and our education portal to try and let people know about politics in ways that are both informative but also engaging, fun and interesting, because politics can be complicated. It can be boring at times, but what's really important to understand is just the importance of politics, how it impacts all our lives. And my challenge to everyone watching would be to have a think about what you've done today, how politics is somehow related to that. And I promise you there will be a lot more than you may first think of. Thank you for listening.
Incredible, Nathan was telling me a couple of weeks ago that during the US elections, the speaker online had hits from every single state in the United States. I think that's right. Is it every state in the?
Yeah, that is correct. So we covered the US election, and we had audiences across the UK look at that, and also in every state of America. We now reach 130 different countries around the world with our coverage. There really is the interest and need for impartial political coverage.
Incredible. And just again, you know, so many of us have been in business for so long, and we've had Nathan, Rachel, Subhash, the next generation of entrepreneurs and innovators who are just doing an incredible job. What a city we've got. Thanks very much. A round of applause again for Nathan. Okay, so our final speaker then is a friend of ours from Fraser House, and I'd like to invite forward now Xavier from one of City Region's most exciting growing businesses, and I'm sure Xavier will come and tell you about the Case to Answer story.
Hi, thanks, Dan. I would like to explain to you a little bit about Case to Answer, what our journey is and what we're trying to achieve, and with our wider group of companies. We're working on the legal sector, and it's not the most exciting market, and it's not the most sexy type of activity, product to be involved. But what we're trying to do is simply to bring simplicity and to bring solutions. We are all sooner or later users of legal services for different reasons. Traditionally, law firms, they are not the most engaging businesses, and they are difficult to build relationships with. So what we're trying to do is to find solutions to the consumer, to the client, and make things as simple as possible. And this is not our task. It's about what the client needs and what the client is looking for. And typically, when you go to a lawyer, to a legal service provider, we don't go to be impressed. We don't want to be patronized. We don't want to be top down. What we want to find is a solution to our problems, simply. We don't really know what it's called. We don't know what the legal background is, what the precedent is. What we're looking for is a solution, is peace of mind. And what we're trying to do is to find the cheapest, the fastest, the most efficient way to do that. So we're looking at technology as an enabler. We're not looking at technology as the end of it, as the solution. We're using technology as much or as little as we need to help us to find that solution. Case Stones started towards the end of 2019, and the core proposition, the core message was about finding a way to help solicitors, to help clients, and provide access to justice. The traditional law firm model is incredibly expensive and basically promotes inefficiency. The longer it takes to achieve something, the more you can charge the client. Therefore, what is the benefit of to be better, faster, more efficient? So we're trying to break that, and we're trying to be, in a sense, innovators and disruptors, and find a way to incentivize efficiency, providing the tools that allows the law firms and the legal services providers to achieve an outcome in the fastest possible way for the client, and putting the client at the center of what we do. Most of you have probably, or some of you have bought a house, maybe got divorced, got an accident, lots of different legal needs. Traditionally, what happens is we interact with a lawyer as a one problem, as a transaction, and that's it. The law firms don't build relationships. They are not with you for the long haul. And that is something that fundamentally we're trying to change. We're trying to enable a relationship in which we can facilitate an ongoing service, to be there when the client needs us at different points on their life or different circumstances. And that is quite different change of focus in what law firms are doing or have done traditionally. They don't really care about what's going to happen afterwards. So through our group, that's what we're trying to achieve. So Gravitas, for instance, is about providing recalculations, quantum assessment. What is the loss to the client? We specialize heavily in financial mis-selling. I'm sure you have heard to death and just sick to hear about the PPI scandal that has been going on for the last 10 years. There's been billions and billions of compensation. As incredible as it seems, that is not finished. Lots and lots of clients have not achieved redress. Huge amount of cases has been undersettled. The lenders has provided inaccurate calculations. You might say that's been done by accident, might see by inefficient, but I'm a bit cynical. So I think there's a more systematic approach to the calculations. Our aim is to deconstruct and enable the solicitors to find exactly how much the client has lost. And that's what we do principally through Gravitas. Total is about building that relationship with the client, being there for different times, for different stages on their life, on different needs, on any kind of legal challenge they might encounter, and facilitate that relationship. It's very, very difficult to get engagement with law firm. Very difficult. If I ask you, do you know any legal brand, you're probably going to struggle to say, oh, they are the market leaders, or who is the Virgin, who is the Amazon, who is the Facebook of the law firms. There is not a brand recognition. There is no engagement. And that is part of our challenge. And it's not a small challenge, but that's what we're aiming to do. So far, super exciting journey. Being here in Fraser House with like-minded people that they're trying to innovate, to change, to use technology is amazing. It's a great space, and we are loving it. We started just two of us, September 2019. We have a team now is in excess of 40 of us, growing every month, recruiting people, joining really good talent, and enjoying the journey of developing our team and make ourselves better as we go along and grow with the team here. And I live in Lancaster for 20 years, and I think it's a phenomenal place to live and to work. And I think it's our time that we really embrace the opportunities that we have. And there's no need to go to London. Okay, London can come to us. It's our time. So thanks for your time.
Xavier, absolutely incredible. Guys, keep an eye on case to answer. This is a company that's definitely going somewhere, and we're excited to have them in here. So keep watch out for Xavier and his team, and Andy, and plenty to come from them. So thanks very much. Thank you, Xavier. This one. Just sorry, what's it? Final talk. Vilayat and Hussein, was that? Vilayat and Hussein, final talk, was that? You've got your brother to thank for that little one there, guys. I'm just going to capitulate now, I think, actually. I might just crash to the floor. If you've been watching we had a final session cancelled, but unfortunately there's been some changes this week. So I'm afraid you've got me. Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to wrap up now, and I'm going to bring the whole week to a close. And I've had to make notes because the links in my brain have just gone. So I'm gonna wrap up using my notes. But listen, I want to say thank you to everyone that's watching, everyone that's tuned in, everyone that's signed up. A big thank you to you. And I think to kick off, in fact, I'm gonna say thank you first of all to the people that have supported us, have made this happen, who are our sponsors, the City Council, Lancaster City Council, Fraser House and ICS Accounting are headline sponsors, and without them we wouldn't be able to get this going. They've all backed us, supported us and made sure that we were able to do this. And our 4 partner sponsors, SQ Digital, Relative Insight, Lockstep Media and Lancaster and District Chamber of Commerce, who've all been incredibly committed to this project and of course to the city region, and continue to be. And that has come across in every single interaction, just how embedded and how committed all these companies are to seeing the betterment of this region. On a personal level, I would like to thank, I'm going to tell you a quick story, a young lady called Maria Cuenca, who got in touch with me on LinkedIn, who's just moved from Spain. Unfortunately, she's had to leave, but I hope hopefully she'll watch this back. Maria got in touch with me about 4 weeks ago, asking for some work experience. She just moved from Spain. She wanted to get embedded. We've, of course, I don't believe in work experience for free. She's been paid to do a fantastic job. She's run our Instagram. She's been here all week. She's been helping. She's been up and down, running around, supporting us. She's been fantastic. So anyone who's looking for digital marketeer, I can't recommend Maria highly enough. Please connect up with her on LinkedIn. I also want to say a huge thank you to Alex Everett, who supported us on the social media, Mayor Ellis, who's been an incredible support from the County Council and to extension one or two other things, and Harriet as well. Harriet, who's new to this role, and I'm sure you all know, and she's been just an incredible job of looking after everybody in Fraser House, but also bringing so much together for this week. So thank you to Harriet as well. Wow, more than 50 speakers we've had this week. We've had over 250 people register. We've had over 1,000 watches at some point through the week on the stream. And we have literally had people from all over the UK and all over Europe tuning in to watch this. So when we talked at the start of the week about creating an innovation ecosystem, that's what this week has really showed. We're not creating anything, actually. We've already got an innovation ecosystem. All we've done is crystallise, and we've brought, and we've only just scratched the surface this week. You know, we've talked a little bit about some stuff, but there is tons more. There were people that I had to say, I'm sorry, but the agenda's full. We just can't fit you in. And there is so much more going on, and we'll be talking about those people next year, because I think what it has done is shown us that there is plenty going on. And it's really interesting because at the start of this week, I did the opening talk, and one of the phrases that I use is that we are a city that punches above its weight. And I came off and I was talking to, I was talking to Kamal Essa, and Kamal said, he's over there. Kamal said, no, we've got to get away from this. We're a city that punches above its weight. We've got to get away from that. We're not a city that punches above its weight. And he's right, we're not. We're a heavyweight. We're there. We're already doing it. We're as good as these big cities. We're as good as the biggest cities, the Manchesters, the Londons. We've proved it this week. We've shown that we've got everything we need, and it's right here, and we're doing it. And we're doing it, and we're doing it incredibly well. We're doing it from the bottom to the top. We're doing it all the way, through all stages. Everybody's involved. And we're doing a fantastic job. And we've just got to keep doing it and keep doing it. And I want to finish with, I'm going to finish with this. And it is where we started this week. And it was Liz Vega who came, and she was fantastic, a big supporter of the city. And she opened and she finished, and it was these 3 sentences that she used. And the sentences she said was, Lancaster is open for business, Lancaster is investment ready, and Lancaster is ready to go. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you all. All the best. See you next year. These 2 guys here have been absolutely incredible. What particularly these 2 have had to put up with me running around all week. A huge shout out to Garth Jute and Cherry Turner Richards, who have been absolutely incredible. Thank you, and thanks to everybody. Cheers.